tale. Well, there's a place I've come to know well, led by a man named Sty. He's full of stories, he is quite a guy. Sit around the campfire and hear him tell his tale. Some may be able to relate to him quite well. We're all just people looking for a place to go. Well, Sty has made one, and it is quite a show. Come meet Sty, he's quite the guy. If you're feeling lonely, come and make a friend. If you need a story, on Sty you can depend. His voice is soothing like a lullaby. Sometimes he brings a tear to my eye. Sit around the campfire and hear him tell his tale. Some may be able to relate to him quite well. We're all just people looking for a place to go. Well, Sty has made one, and it is quite a show. Come meet Sty, he's quite the guy.
Hey, good evening on this Sunday evening. Yeah, another Sty Story Sunday. We just keep racking them up. Hey, I got to shout out all the folks that have been hanging out in the chat here, starting the evening out. And we had Bee Whizzle Aquatics right up front, first one in the house. Then Mr. Fulton showed up. There's Mr. Fulton. Thanks for sharing it out. Scott Swift, awesome. James, chasing the Reaper. Great to see you. Hey, there's Tim with Kirk Whipper Voyager Center. And there it goes. And there's Kathleen, Kathy. Hey, Kathy, it's good to see you. I'm good tonight. I hope you are too. Oh, there's Freeman James. Great to see you. Hike with Mike. Awesome. Oh, I got this notice blocking me. There we go. There's Hike with Mike. Ingalls family showing up. Whoa. See how this is working tonight? I got notices popping up down below that are blocking my chat. So there we go. Looks like we're what's he saying? Don't fear the chasing the Reaper. Oh, no Reapers for me tonight. No way. Ain't happening. Hey, I got a buddy in the basement. I'm gonna pull him up right away. He's looking around like, who's he talking about?
What's up, Sty?
Hey, thanks for stopping by, Phil.
What's up, everyone in the chat? Oh, it's great. You know, where else would I be on a Sunday night?
Right, there you go. Hey, Lazy Nate, good to see you. Yeah, what else do you have to do on a Sunday night, right?
Right.
Come on over and hear a Sty story and just chat about anything and everything,
And we do that, don't we?
Yeah, we do. We're that. Well, and that's one of the reasons it triggered my new show that starts tomorrow night. Is we talk about anything and everything, and I thought, well, I'm going to try doing a show that's about anything and everything. I mean, yeah, the topics and subjects, and the guests throughout this show in the future are going to be all over the board. You just never know from one show to the next where we're going next. Yeah, the keeps life interesting.
If you
It's
need
been
somebody Friday,
Fridays.
if you need, yeah, Fridays are my days off. Mondays and Wednesdays, I'll never be able to be here when you go at 5.
Right,
But
right.
if you need somebody on Friday,
Awesome.
if you ever need anybody.
Oh yeah, of course I do. No,
I know everybody here already knows my life story, but
that's well, we'll find out. No.
well, hey, I did an interview one time with someone, and they asked me questions I wasn't prepared for, and I was truthful. I told things that were embarrassing to me, but hey, I'm an open book. I have a hard time lying about things. So
that's me too. I've been asked a couple of questions where I kind of clouded it over. I didn't give a absolute direct answer, but I tried to give the best answer I felt I could publicly give,
right.
And you don't want an interview, and I've seen them that way, where almost every question is, no, I won't answer that one. No, I can't answer that one. No, I won't go there. And that it gets kind of disappointing when you've got a guest that won't answer a question. That's and for folks like that, if they're that way, you almost want to do a pre-interview session with them, and tell them, here's the kind of questions I'm going to ask, and are you good with them? Can I ask this?
I'd rather have to think about it.
See, that's me. I like a improv. Yeah, I like an improv interview where I didn't see that coming. Okay, I got to think, how can I respond? Yeah.
Yeah, Fulton, you did a good interview, but yours was for me was okay. Everything was just good questions. Nothing that was. I had an interview with someone else that was just, it got downright personal, and I answered a few questions. And again, there weren't a lot of people, and there were maybe 20 people watching, so maybe it's one you can go back and watch. I don't think anybody knows where it is, but hey, I answered the questions. So
yeah, and that's. I found if you agree to the interview, you're putting yourself out there.
Mm-hmm.
It's better to just not agree to the interview if you are nervous about answering questions. And I'm like you, Phil, but I'm an open book, 99.9%. Yeah, I just answer it the way it's asked. You ask me, I'll tell you. You might not like my answer, but you're the one that asked the question, so don't blame me.
Well, I think sometimes people ask questions because they know what the answer is, or they assume they know what the answer is, and they want to know what the answer is for sure. Mm-hmm. So
I've had a couple of news interviews, several for local papers and the like, and I've never had one that went what I considered well, because they used editing privilege and would cut comments out of context and use them. And I was approached probably 5-6 times after that happened, 5-6 times. And I told them, I said, Is it a live interview? You want to do a live interview? Well, no, it'll be pre-recorded. No, won't participate.
Yeah.
I won't participate in a pre-recorded interview. I'll do one live, but I will not do a pre-recorded because I don't know how you're going to portray what I had to say.
Right.
If you take it out of context, then I'm the one that's got to deal with it. So no, let's do it live, and then people will hear it come from the horse's mouth or the horse's ass. Or I heard it from that horse's ass. Yeah. Ask me anything, but remember, I may not shut up. Me, devil. That's good. That's it. You ask. Mike saying, I'm very private person, and I answer questions where you need to read between the lines and find what my true answer is. There you go. There you go. Make a puzzle of it. Hey, Suze X is in the house. Great to see you, Suze. Awesome. Thank you for stopping in.
It's late for her.
It is very late for her. And, I never expect her, Runny Egg, to pop in because I know the hours,
Yeah, roll over there and give Derek a jab in the ribs with your elbow for me, Sue.
Yeah. Tell him, wake up.
That's from Phil. Just do it. That's one of the hard things. Yeah, she's laughing. That's one of the hard things with that distance thing, with the time differences. Oh, yeah. And I followed a couple of folks from New Zealand that were outdoors people, bushcrafters, and it was so weird. It was so weird. It took me forever to tell them, why are you posting stuff from last summer? And they're going, what do you mean last summer? It's this summer. What? And they're going, no, it's our summer, you moron. It's your winter. It's our summer. And I'm like, oh, geez. Oh, yeah.
I got it. Yeah. And I keep telling them down there, call me with the winning lotto numbers, would you? Because you get them a day before us. Yeah.
Well, all I got to do is call you with them because you can put them in an hour after I.
Yeah, if they'd let you buy your tickets at that close to the drawing, that would be fun. The only problem is you'd have 15,000 winners with one pot,
Right.
Wow, I won $1 million and I got $10,000 of it. Yeah. Oh, we had one of the tribes I worked for in our accounting office, in our accounting division. When I first went there and became their chief financial officer, I didn't know they were doing this in their accounting division. They had a pool, and they'd send two people. They go buy all these lotto numbers, all these lotto tickets from this pool. And then if they had winners, they'd split that money amongst the pool, everybody. Well, they hit $100,000, their pool. There was 20 of them. I ended up having to fire 5 of them because they literally got nasty mean to all the other employees that were part of that pool. And all of a sudden, every one of those 20 thought somebody was cheating them. And the gal that they said, everything's going to run through her. She submits the claim. She puts some money into an independent account. And then after taxes, she distributes that equally amongst the group. Okay, that all sounds fine and dandy, but they weren't thinking. So she's got this private account. She claims the prize, and she gets, thanks, Suze, for sharing the stream. So she didn't realize it, but that's income. she got taxed for the total amount.
Right.
Well, I told her, you need to take that tax, net the total amount by that tax, then distribute it to them. And they're going, those are her taxes, not ours.
Oh, no, that ain't right.
No, that ain't right. And so I passed a policy that they weren't allowed to have any more pools. Well, then they were in another fight. And I asked, what's this one about? And they said, well, we run boards for the football games, for the NFL. And there's been some disputes over some of the winners. And this, I said, guess what? You don't get to gamble at all at work. Hey, tincture time. Yeah.
Eric
There's
Pollock.
Eric, I tell you, Eric, if you show up for any other purpose than to get that goofball to do a tincture, I'm good with it. It's great to see you, Eric. Great to see you.
This is an old hot one I found from our friend Sabine.
Oh,
it's tough. I think Sean Satterfield made it for her, and he's like the Walter White of frickin' tinctures.
Uh-huh.
Oh.
Wow.
Oh, that hurt.
Yeah, hike with Mike, doesn't it look like a impressive library? Actually, if I could go back and gather all of the books that I had, I could fill a library like these backgrounds. Oh, the hiccups. Wow. Now we know that was a good one.
Sorry. I don't have my paper towel in here.
Wow. Yeah, me dibble. That's, yeah.
Wow.
I've never, it's never bothered me that they taxed your winnings from gambling. That never bothered me, because to me, winnings from gambling is unearned. It's like paying a fee to a broker. It's just part of the game. It's part of the game. Sue says, you are a library. Yeah. Well, yeah, kind of a video library. Holy smokes, Phil! Usually the old tank don't hit you so hard.
Oh, this one's the hot one. This is yeah. Again, Sean Satterfield. He's a chemist, and I think he helped her make this one. And
Wow.
it is tough.
Why? Yeah, I kind of I kind of think that this has got the look of one of your challenges.
Oh, I did one from Sean Satterfield a long time ago. It was 2 summers ago, and it came in the mail, and I wasn't expecting it, and I didn't know how hot he made his stuff, but I knew he made hot stuff, and I was like, oh, I was alive. My wife gave me the package. I opened it up. I did a whole Robbie dropper of this stuff.
Oh,
which
wow.
is the bulb, the whole thing.
The whole thing.
I sat there, my eyes like right there right now was running, my nose was running. I tried to bear through it because I know how to bear through stuff. I tried to bear through it. I had to run, go get a thing of ice cream. I sat there for 20 minutes eating ice cream during my life.
That's tough.
That's probably the worst episode I ever had with tincture. And then I was seeing people chug the entire bottle, but most people that were chugging the entire bottle, after a few minutes, they were throwing up. So,
oh yeah, I can imagine. Their system would want to get rid of that crap so bad. Oh, yep.
I'm gonna run out the door here and get a paper towel. I'll be right back.
Yeah. Yeah, his studio isn't quite the norm. It's, he's doing all that work down there in the basement. There's a good shot, folks, so you can see it real good. There's some of his new shelving up there. Check it out. It's really cool. I love the industrial look, the distressed wood, and the pipes. Awesome. He's doing an awesome job with it. Yeah. Ta-da!
But
He's got another one on the other wall too. But
you want to make me big, and I'll give everyone the tour.
sure, give him the tour here. We'll do that.
All right. So there's what behind me. My everything spicy sign is going to be there.
Awesome.
And then we're going to have a bunch of sauces on that. There's going to be some pictures and some stuff I had hung before going that dead space next to the window. Then I hung another shelf over there like that.
Awesome.
And then I've got this whole shelf here that I can now put things on. So eventually I think I'm going to eventually I might put something on the floor down there. But I think I got enough shelf space and counter space right now where I can pretty much display everything I've got.
Uh-huh.
Without putting I may have to, but damn, that was tough.
But that's it. Is you can add if you want to do like a floor cabinets or anything of that. You can add as you go.
Right.
You know, you're putting it together where you've got lots of flexibility to work
the thing with the floor cabinets, putting something below that shelf is the fact that if I want to put some lights and stuff behind those shelves, that hides the cords.
That's it. So, yeah. Yep. That's camouflage.
This is the same room, Suzak's, the one that was yellow with all the white plaques of all the members and stuff up on the wall. It is now green or gray and red. So,
yeah,
it's not my studio. It's not a bedroom converted into. Not even a bed in here anymore.
Right.
Wow.
Oh, I'd love to have a separate room like that just to make into my studio.
Wow, that's
I would
hot.
love it. Hey, Cindy. Hi.
Hey, Cindy. How you doing? Ooh.
Yeah. I like that rustic industrial look. It's good. It's good.
Yeah, I was telling Sty before we came up here that those are just regular old pine boards that are hanging up on the wall back there. But I had them out in the garage, and I had a big old piece of chain. I was sitting out there beating them with the chain to give them the distressed look and everything else. And then I put a dark stain on them and whatnot. So if they do, I mean, up front they look like it's a older, more rustic type wood. So
yeah, we were talking about it before the stream about the different ways people will distress wood to make it look that way, and me Dibble talking about scorched wood. That I've done that too. I used to make signs, carved signs, people's names. They put them on the fronts of their houses or out at their mailbox, kind of thing. And I'd make them out of red cedar, and then I'd use a butane torch, and I'd scorch, and I distress the wood and then scorch some of the distressed areas to bring that burnt look out on it. And yeah, it's amazing. But if they saw the wood before you did any of that stuff to it, they'd go, "That's just plain old pine." Yeah, it's just a board. Yep. But we're going to make it a fancy board. Hey, Jockey 551, great to see you. What am I missing there? Saucy Shane. Hey there. Great to see you, Shane. Mike's aunt passed away this morning. It's the last one on his mom's side. Yeah. Yep.
What's up, Tuna?
Yeah, I look now at this stage of the game for me. There's only a couple of family members older than me that are still surviving. So basically, I am the old gray bearded fart at the top of the hill. It's going to get lonely up here if anybody else, the last couple, pass away before me. The, well, that was my mother. My mother. I felt so bad for her because she lived a long life. I mean, and my grandmother lived to be 97. My mother made it to 87, and my mother, she said, my passing away, and this is just before she passed away. She said, my passing away came too late. And I said, what do you mean by too late? We want you around. And she goes, well, yeah, that's you. You're selfish. You want me around. She said, but she said I didn't want to outlive my children, you know, and because I lost two of my siblings before my mother passed away, and and they were in their early 60s, and my mother lived long enough to watch her own children start passing away. So that's one of the hazards of growing old is first all the people above you pass away. I mean, you can't blame them. They've been around for almost 100 years, you know. And then people your age start passing away around you, and then all of a sudden you realize people younger than you are passing away. And like I said, at a point you get to where you feel you're at the top of the hill and it's lonely up there because all you can do is share stories of your past. You can't discuss those stories with somebody that was there with you because they're not here anymore. So it's a hard realization for folks. Yeah. Also like trying lightning scorching, passing high voltage electricity through it. Yeah. If you're talking about electricity using juice, have fun. Tell me how it turns out. I ain't messing with it. I've been knocked on my butt a couple times messing around with electrical crap that I knew nothing about, but thought I could do that. Boom! Oh, that don't feel good. No.
Yeah, I made about a half dozen American flags, right? The stripes, you know, the blue and white stripes, or the red and white stripes, blue and white stripes, red and white stripes.
Red and white
I burnt. Yeah, I burnt. So I've done a lot of things with the, you know, just get the little propane torch out, you know, light it up, go through and kind of try to evenly burn stuff and things, and you know. It's just things I used to do before I had YouTube, you know, things I used to do to occupy my time. I'm handy with that kind of stuff. So
I got myself a new wood burner kit.
It's kind of see-through.
Yeah, because it's
just on the edges.
A black case with blue trim. And when you're using blue screen, that kind of screws things up. But it'll disappear because the gun is blue. There are guns right here, by the way, but it's blue, so you can't see it. But it's a nice set, and it's uses the dual wire tip, so you can do a lot of detail wood burning with it.
You're wood burning like that, okay?
Sure. Yeah, and so I'm going to be using this wood burning kit this summer, making beaver cookies, Sty North beaver cookies. So. Just a little extra something to send out to members, and I'll probably give a few away on streams and stuff, you know. But it's a good pastime out at camp. I make them out of maple. They're just maple discs, and the edges are whittled. It looks like a beaver's been chewing around the edges of it, you know. It's got a big S on one side and an N on the other for Sty North, and the ones I did out at camp, I would actually burn a beaver into it. The animal, Phil.
Never.
Yeah, and they're round. But yeah, people loved them. But they took a lot of work to burn in a little beaver on each one of them damn things, and I made a little over 200 of them in the 2 years that I was using them out at camp. And yeah. Well, we're at that half-hour mark, guys. It's time for the Sty story, and then we'll move on with the evening, of course. We're going to do this. Where is this? No, that's right. That's right there. Don't push anything else. Don't be Phil and push the wrong damn button. Yeah. You're out of here. Okay, tonight's Sty story. Time to ride the bus. Okay. I like this story because I can, even at, now we're talking 52 years ago, and I can remember it like it was yesterday. It was one of those childhood things that you do, and it just sticks with you, and you go, damn, it was stupid, but boy, was that fun. Okay. We lived out in a little suburb community west of Minneapolis, and it was a lake community, not really large. I think the population was like 1,800 people is all at the time. But they ran the city bus for Minneapolis and St. Paul. They ran that bus all the way out to the town just past ours. So we had this bus that ran through, and you could go to the bus stop, catch that bus, ride it all the way downtown Minneapolis. And back in the day, Sears had a big building in downtown Minneapolis, an awesome Sears store. And those were the days when you didn't think twice. A 12-year-old kid, yeah, jump the bus, go downtown with your buddies and go hang out at Sears. And there were a few different kind of like mall areas and stuff that us kids like to go down and hang out in the cities. I wouldn't send my kid to the cities without an armed guard nowadays, but back then it wasn't uncommon for kids that were preteen and teenagers to jump the bus and run to town. Well, this buddy of mine that I grew up with, oh, if you could only meet him. His name was Harold, and he had a brother, Ricky, and we were always getting in trouble, the three of us. And if it was just Harold and I, we'd get into some serious trouble sometimes. Well, one day we got this wild idea. I had a few extra bucks, and we got this wild idea. We should take the bus downtown Minneapolis, and we'll just ride it down there and turn around and ride it back, right? Just go for the bus ride. Well, it took about 45 minutes to get downtown because of all the stops on the way in, and another 45 minutes to come out. Well, here's the thing. What's a bus ride? You just sit in the bus and ride the damn bus, and you look at the goofballs on the bus. You know, that can be a little entertaining, but we thought, well, we want to have a better time than just ride the bus. And Harold says, what can we do on the bus that to get people to either freak out or laugh, right? Think it's crazy. Oop, wrong word. He said crazy. I said, I got it. He goes, what are we going to do? I said, we're running over to your house first. I said, I'll be over to your place in a couple minutes. I got to go in the garage and get something, and I'll meet you at your house. So I meet him at his house, and I got a chunk of rope that's about 7 feet long or so. Nice, clean, new rope. And he goes, what are you doing with the rope? What are we going to do with that on the bus? And I go, you need to put your pajamas on. He goes, what, you're freaking mad. I said, no, back in those days, in the 60s and very early 70s, we wore them old-fashioned pajamas, you know. He comes out of his room, and he's wearing these white and blue pajamas with stripes, right? And I go, those are perfect pajamas, perfect. And he goes, what are we doing? And I said, you got some slippers? He goes, yeah. I said, you got to wear your slippers. He puts his slippers on. I'm looking at him up and down, and I'm going, this is perfect. Let's head to the bus stop. He goes, I don't want to get on the bus looking like this. I said, you shut up. You got to play along. You got to play the part. We got to the bus stop, and I tied that rope around his waist, and I left about a 4-foot chunk with a knot on the end. And I'm hanging on to the end of that rope, and it's tied around his waist. And I'm sitting on the bench, and I told him, now you get up and just kind of pace back and forth until the bus comes. He goes, what do you mean pace back? I said, just walk back and forth like you're nervous or something. So he's out there and he's strolling back and forth. He'd hit the end of the rope and I'd give it a little yank and he'd walk the other way. And here comes the bus. That bus pulls up. They open the door. And I told Harold, go on in. I'll pay for it. And I said, the whole key to this is I'm taking you back to the center where you stay. You were only allowed to come and visit for 3 days, and now I have to take you home back to where you live. Then he had it all figured out. I paid our bus fare, and the bus driver's looking at Harold like, what in the hell's wrong with that kid? We went in, and we sat at the part of the bus where there's a row of seats along the wall on each side. So you sit in the seat, and you're facing the people across the aisle. We sat on one of those benches, and there's like 5 people. Oh, hi, Samantha. Totally understand. And so we got like 4 or 5 people sitting on that bench across from us, and they're all staring at me, and Harold's sitting next to me, and there's that rope. I leaned over to Harold, and I said, get up and walk over towards one of them people. He gets up and he shuffles, and I thought, oh yeah, he's playing it good. He's shuffling his feet. He's not walking. He's shuffling his feet, and he's staring at this gal, and he's got this goofy look on his face. And I give that rope a good yank and pull him about a foot backwards, and I go, Harold, you know you're not supposed to bother other people. Sit down. Sit down. He looks at me, and he starts shaking his head, no. And he heads right back at that gal again. All of a sudden, everybody on that bench, they're splitting up and spreading out so that they're not facing us right in front of us anymore. And Harold keeps trying to get over towards all these people. And I keep yanking him back. Come back here, Harold. Come back here. Finally, I told him, you have to sit down. You have to behave yourself until we get to the university. This guy gets brave on the other side of the bus, and he goes, you're going down to the university? I said, yeah, their mental health unit down there. That's where Harold lives. Harold was allowed to come home for 3 days, and Dad said we got to get him back to the university because he's getting kind of out of control. And we usually don't like to have to put a rope on him, but if he gets a hold of somebody, it's a lot easier to get him off of him if we got a rope on him. Holy God, now people are getting up, moving to the back of the bus. I looked towards the back of the bus, and the back of the bus was packed. The seats, it was 2 seats side by side. There were some that had 3 people sitting in those. They just want to be as far to the back of the bus as possible. That bus driver, he's maybe 6-8 feet from me. He's looking in his mirror, and he goes, hey, you with the kid on the rope. And I go, yeah. And he goes, now you're sure you can keep him under control? I said, pretty sure. I said, in the worst case, I can tie him to one of these grab bars that are standing here. He goes, you're going to tie him up? I said, if I have to, I can tie him up. Yeah, if you really want me to. He says, I think I want you to get off at the next bus stop. He kicked us the hell off. Now, talk about discrimination. I mean,
how rude.
How rude. I mean, poor Harold, you know, he didn't want to have to get off the bus. And So I told Harold, I said, make a scene, but don't go ballistic. And he goes, I can do that. I can do that. Bus driver stops. He says, all right, boys, this is your stop. Catch a different bus. And I got up and I go, come on, Harold. Harold starts bawling. He's crying. And I tell you, he should have been an actor. He had tears. He's bawling. And he comes up to the bus driver and he's like he's reaching for it. That bus driver damn near went out his window. He's up there like, it's all right, kid. Just get off the bus. And Harold's, please don't make me stand out there. He's so mean to me because when people walk by, he yanks my rope and he's mean. I just want to get home. He says, it'll be so long if I got to wait for another bus. Please. That bus driver felt so bad for him. Told him, you can stay on the bus, but I want you to sit right across from me so I can see you. And you sit there and be quiet. And Harold goes, oh, I will be. That frickin' bus driver gave Harold this great big Butterfinger candy bar and 2 suckers. When we got off that bus down at the university, it was hilarious. We got off the bus and I go, hey, pony up a couple of suckers, man. He goes, you don't get this stuff. You're not crazy. Only crazy people get candy. The ride home, it was weird because taking them back upset people more than bringing them home. Our return trip, I'm telling folks, oh yeah, they just let them out of the mental hospital and I get to take them home for a few days. And I said, I've been missing my brother really bad. I said to this one guy, I said, yeah, you know, he was really mean to the cat the last time he was at home. He says, but they say that he's better now that they gave him pills for that. And we'll see. Hopefully he'll leave the cat alone this time. All those people, oh, really? Well, that is so nice that you're bringing your brother home to stay at home for a few days. All of a sudden, everybody on the way home was understanding. But the ones where I'm telling them we have to take them back, they're the ones that are going, ooh. If you got to take him back, that means it's time. He's shouldn't be out in the public anymore. It was really a neat social experiment, making the trip both ways. When we got home, I felt really bad. I had to teach Harold a lesson. I tied that knot around his waist into a granny knot. And when we got off the bus, while he's sitting on the bus bench with me, and we're talking about how the trip went and that, I took the other end of the rope and I tied it to the bus bench and I tied it into a granny knot. And I told him, I said, I got to get home. And he goes, well, let's go. And he gets up. He goes, hey, what's going on? He goes, you tied me to the bench. I said, yeah. It's going to take you a half hour to untie them damn knots. And he goes, why did you do that to me? I said, you wouldn't share your candy. And he's yelling while I'm crossing the street heading home. He's yelling at me, you belong in a nut house. He says, you're crazy. Tie me up to a bench. And nobody's going to help him. They're all walking around this kid like, okay, he got tied to the bench for some reason, you know. Who am I to go untie him, you know? Yeah, it was a different world. It was a different world. We had fun in a different way. And it's, you know, I'm too old for that stuff, I guess, but I miss it. I've got a lot of stories with Harold in them. They're coming up in the future. Crazy Harold. Yeah. And Ricky, his brother Ricky. He was a victim, but Harold, he was fun. Yeah. Okay, that's it. There's your Sty story for the night, folks. Hope you enjoyed it. If you'd like to take a ride with Harold, I could probably work it out.
I mentioned in the comments we need to keep Saucy Shane in restraints at time. He started off his day today, I think, pretty rough. So
How did he start it off rough?
I don't know. He didn't get specific, but he had a great, apparently yeah.
One of those days.
One of those days where it didn't start. He has his day off and it didn't start off right. So.
Oh boy. Hey, Chowser, good to see you. Fox and Outdoors.
We'll restrain him. That's okay.
That's all right. Yeah, a little bit of rope. I've got extra rope. There's
You never have enough rope. Although you have what the cord that you guys keep.
Oh yeah, we could always use some paracord. You know, I got plenty of that.
Shane needs some of Phil's special gummies.
Hey,
fiery food. Well, yeah, you'll get fire. What did he eat? He had the Rice Krispie, the crunchy one.
Oh, that's right. Yeah. Oh, I didn't know about his aftermath though.
Yeah, I mean it's just fire poop. It just that comes with the territory.
Yeah.
That's nothing.
Well, if it's still crispy, that just adds to the burn. That's like pooping burning sandpaper. Hey, you have a good night, Eric. Thanks for stopping by for the story, bud.
Yeah, thanks, Eric, for coming by and having me burn. That was
thanks for
I wasn't expecting that. Holy shit.
Yeah, that lit Phil right up right from the beginning.
I don't hiccup about 12 times or so.
That's it. Yeah, I'll enjoy doing an interview with you on the new show. That's yeah. We're going to cover some of Phil's history here and why he's as goofy as he is. You know, we'll try to find out. I can't guarantee a lot because the show is only 1 hour long. So
yeah, I'll go over here on this thing and I'll lay down and Sty can be like my therapist. And I'll just lay there with my head back and my hands on my chest, and Sty can ask me questions, and I can tell him, and it'll be like a therapy session.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah, I like that one I saw on Facebook. Was it yesterday or today? Squirrel laying on a psychiatrist's bench, and the psychiatrist is sitting there, and the squirrel says, "You know, after a lot of thought," he says, "I finally realized you are what you eat. That's why I'm nuts."
There you go.
That's it. Yep. Neighbor girl, good to see you.
What's up, neighbor girl?
Dr. Phil becomes patient.
That sounds like a good thumbnail.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, Shane, that's a bummer.
Come on, fire poop is not a big thing. Cramps are a big thing. Fire poop, fire poop, fire smoop.
I've been lucky. I had no of the backdoor afterburn. Only had fire hose once. That was that stinking VAT 19 bar full of stinking extracts.
Now, about 2 years ago, I had some ill effects because I had done so much within a short period of time.
Oh yeah,
that I was actually bleeding at some point.
Oh,
yeah.
Hey Bradley.
But it was just I had done too much, and things were irritated, and I wasn't doing things the way that I am now. So if I was doing the things the way I am now back then, I'd have been fine. So what's up, Bradley Whitworth? Butthead.
Bradley. Frog Akuda has been in here a while. I'm sorry I didn't shout you out there, Frog Akuda. Yeah. Great folks, bunch of great folks. If I can, Phil, I got to run this real quick. I got to do it every stream.
Way to go, Pete.
Oh, there you go. Here's your chance. I want to thank all you great members. You're what keeps this channel up and flying. Yeah. In fact, memberships have really gone a long ways to getting me ready for this next season. I had planned on making a trip to northwestern Montana and to West Yellowstone this year, but because of all the COVID and travel issues, decided I got to come up with a plan B. Well, plan B worked out where either I locked myself in and canceled the West trip, or plan B wasn't going to work as a backup. So I took plan B, and that's to host a campground for the whole summer, the 4 months this summer at the campground. It'll work out to a little over 100 days at the campground. And that trip out west, I did a budget up for the trip. My staying at the campground, hosting at the campground, is going to give me just as much content, and actually is going to be, as far as live stream, is going to be much better because I'm going to be able to live stream 5 days a week at camp. And amazingly, it's going to cost me $3,000 less than what it would have for me to make that 1 month travel trip out west. So that went a long ways. And the memberships and all the super chats and those types of contributions to the channel are making it real. It's gonna happen. It's gonna happen. I'm really excited. It's a long ways for the way I feel till May 1st. It's just, everybody goes, you only got a couple of months. You got February, March, and April, 3 months, and you're there. Feels like 3 years. Hey, Darkness Empire, that's pretty cool. Yeah, my birthday's the 11th, day before you. Yeah, Rain Dancer, it's going to be fun. I'm going to love it.
I wish I could do that, go camping for an extended period of time.
Yeah.
I mean, I could. It cost me financially.
Well, see, that's it, is I'm at that, being retired, I do double up some of my costs. I've got costs at camp that I don't have being here at home, but they're nothing compared to the costs I have at home. I still have to pay the rent and the bills and everything on this end while I'm somewhere else. And that's just the way it works. And the nice thing with camp is I look at my camp as just being semi-primitive. It's not roughing it. It's going to be pretty damn comfortable, actually. And the bunk in my adventure trailer, I found out last summer that talk about comfortable. I can sleep in that bugger. Hey, Sassy Shane, that's awesome. Your daughter's birthday is the 11th. Suzak. Oh, you don't have to do that to get me to keep telling my stories. Oh, I truly appreciate it. Thank you, girl. That is so awesome. Thank you so much. I tell you what, I get a kick out of Sue's ex is pretty talented, boy. If you follow Sue's, I mean, some of the crafts she makes, and she likes the topic of food and these crafts, and the wax things that she made. She's made some wax candle things. I'm afraid I would have tried to eat them. They look so delicious that I want to eat them. She had one that looked like cheesecake or something, with cherries or strawberries on it, and I just like, whoa, yeah. E-Waste Mike, he's still feeling like crap. Oh man, brother, I was gonna message you after the stream tonight and put in there, don't respond, don't have to respond. I want them to just rest and get through this damn thing. There's more to explain. We won't have enough psychiatric help for everyone here. Oh. I walked in. It was kind of funny. I accidentally walked in to a meeting. And I walked in, and there's all these people sitting in a circle in this big room. And there's this person, you can tell, they're running the show. They got nobody sitting right up close to them. And you can tell they're running the show. I recognized 3 people in that group around that big circle. And I thought, and then the person running the show turned and looked at me, and I recognized them. And they said, "Would you please leave the room? This is a private meeting." I said, "Oh, yeah, sure. So I left the room. Found out it was a group of psychologists, a big round table group of psychologists having group therapy with a psychiatrist. Yeah, I bet they need it. They got to deal with everybody's trouble all week long. Yeah, once a month they get together and see the psychiatrist. Hey, Kathy, thank you. Thank you. That's so nice. That's the I was going to try tonight, but I decided no, maybe I'll do it with the new show sometime next week or the week after. Try to tandem stream here and at the Sty Shack on Facebook. See how it goes. See if I can manage both streams, simultaneous streaming like that. Because over at the Sty Shack group on Facebook, I'll get 30 to 40 people see that the streams, this stream's happening. But they don't show up over here. Some of those people don't leave Facebook. So I thought if I can simultaneously have my stream happening at the Sty Shack and Facebook, that the people in the group there would watch it over there. You know what I mean? And we'll see. Yes, I do see you, Darkness Empire. I do. I mentioned you a couple times already. Yes, you're there. Believe me, Darkness, you're there. You're there. Oh, Phil sees you too. That's good because we're not seeing things then.
Yeah, there's kind of a divider over here between the two of us. We can't quite, if I turn this way, even though I see Sty, I don't see Sty.
Yeah.
It's weird. Yeah, it's hard to explain.
Yeah. But it is what it is.
But you guys think I see Sty, which is what's important, right? It's important what you guys think.
Right.
If we can fool you.
Is it? Really?
No, it's not really.
Oh gosh. I kind of laugh at some of these. I've been to some streams where I've watched the host say, "I don't care what you people think," because the host would suggest that they want some suggestions from their audience, and audience starts giving, and the host is going, "I really don't care what you think. I'm doing it this way, and you can keep that stuff to yourself. I don't want to hear it." I'm like, okay. So, and this one fellow said, "I don't even notice you people in the chat." And I'm like, what? You don't even notice us over here. I'm not paying attention to you people. Oh, okay. So it's kind of like we're window peepers looking in on that person in his little panel, that. Okay. Hey, you know what I did the other day?
God only knows.
Yeah, God only knows, right?
But I guess we're going to know now.
Okay, this guy, what the heck? I don't remember his last name now. Christian's his first name. And
Is the last name relevant?
And no, I don't think it is.
Okay.
When taken into context, because he does like channel reviews and answers questions about live streaming on the StreamYard channel.
Okay.
And I stopped in there, and I stop and listen to him, and he's usually got one of two or three different gals that'll be up on the panel with them, and they give it channel advice and things like that, and a lot of tech advice about cameras, microphones, blah, 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 blah. Well, then I'm watching, and he's having people pop up and ask their question. Instead of asking out in the chat, he'll give them the link, and they pop up, and they ask them a question, or they just pop up and tell what they think of StreamYard, what they're doing with StreamYard. I thought, what the heck? So I saw the link, and I clicked on it. And sure as heck, I'm in the studio. I'm down in the basement. And he's going through these people, first come, first serve kind of thing. He popped me up on his panel, and I'm like, well, I'm on StreamYard channel. Not their software. I'm on their channel. That was actually fun. To chat with those folks, and they're new. They're basically new, so they don't have a lot of viewers yet. But I got a feeling their show is gonna increase because there's a lot of interaction. You can actually get up there, and right away they say, "What kind of mic you got there?" Yeah, and I'm going, "It's not what I came up for. I don't want to talk about the mic. Let's talk about something else." It's crazy. Hey. How do you pronounce it?
Exactly. Gowani Ostinako.
Yeah. I just go Gowani because
is that close? Gowani Ostinako? Ostinaco?
Ostinaco.
It's got to be close, right? Gowani Ostinaco.
I think we're doing our best, at least, But I just love it, though.
Completely screwing it up.
I just love it, though. Some of these channel names, they pop up and you go, really? Oh, no. How do I respond? How do I?
Oh,
you're right, Phil. Yay! That's better than the sex of Lorna.
Is that like a channel name, or is that like your name? Is it like where? Is it from like a country or something? So I know where it's where's it based out
I've been just saying Gowani since I've met him, and the Ostinaco, right?
Ostinaco. Yep. Ostinaco.
That's
you can see Austin in there. You can see Austin in there, like Austin, Texas.
It's Cherokee. Awesome.
Oh, there you go. See,
that's awesome.
Sty's got a son named Running Water. It's completely does. Yeah,
or better known as Flushing Toilet.
Flushing Toilet, Drippy Dick. Yeah.
Oh yeah, those are new names that he's been given. Oh gosh, when I was a chief financial officer for a Chippewa tribe up here, they laughed their ass off when they heard the Running Water story. And the elders from the tribe, I was really close with a lot of the families. We lived on the reservation for years, and they, not in front of him because he was just a teenager yet, but to me it was always, hey, can Running Water come over and mow my lawn? That they called him Running Water all the time. Once they heard the Running Water story, they just like, oh yeah, and they called him Running. They'd call me at home, hey, can Running Water go with me down to the store to help me carry groceries? Yeah, sure, we'll send them. But you talk to them and ask them, they weren't calling the elders. They never called him Running Water to his face. It was kind of like an inside joke for him. The poor kid.
Well, he's got you as a dad, so I would say poor kid just based on that information. But then you got to rename the kid Running Water.
I tell you, if he didn't have me for a dad, fuck him. Everything good I've ever done for him, I'll take it away.
Running Water seems like he's a great guy. So what I know of him, so sounds like you're pretty lucky to have him.
Yeah, my youngest boy, I feel the same way. They're both my boys turned out really well. They both had their opportunities to not make me proud, but they regained my confidence in them. So that's what counts. Everybody's going to stub their toes through life,
Exactly.
And it's what did they do after they stubbed their toe that matters. It's not the fact they did,
Well, it's like you talk about in business. If everything goes fine in business and you're meeting the customer's expectations, that's you're just doing what you're supposed to be doing. It's when there's a problem, how you handle the problem, that makes you exceptional. So same thing with your kids. When your kids have a problem, how they handle the problem, can really impress you.
Yeah, it's that ability to deal with life's BS. I mean, how do they cope with it? I'll never forget when Running Water came home. It looked like somebody hit him in the head 500 times with a ball peen hammer. He had all these knots on his head all over. And I said, what the hell happened to you? And he goes, I got beat up. And I go, oh, yeah, I would think so. Look at that. That's bad. I said,
I'm allergic to ball peen hammers.
Yeah, I'm allergic to ball peen hammers. Found that out today. And he says, well, these three guys jumped me when I came out of work. He was a teenager working a part-time job. And he said, they jumped me when I came out of work. And I said, really? I said, they all nodded your head up like that? He says, well, one guy nodded my head up like that after they made sure I got knocked down. Then he just had a heyday on my head. I said, let's go talk to this kid. He didn't want to do that. And I said, no, we're going to go talk to this kid. So we drive down to his work, hoping that those three boys were still there. And there they were. And I go, which one of them nodded your head up like that? He goes, the one in the middle. I go, the guy's only about 4.5 feet tall. You're almost 6 feet tall. How the hell do you even get up to your head to do that? I told you they knocked me down. I said, and you let that little guy knock your head up like that? He goes, but he's got friends. And I said, what the hell with his friends? I said, obviously, he's top dog, even though he's the little guy out of the pack. He's top dog. I said, you need to go knock some sense into him. Don't never mess with you again. Oh, Running Water did not want to get out of the truck. I said, you get over there and you teach that kid that he ain't doing that shit to you no more. And I was proud of him. He went over there and he started out explaining things to that kid. And the other two acting all tough, well, yeah, we'll back him up and this and that. Running Water never said, that's my dad sitting right over there in the vehicle. Instead, he told that kid, he says, you got me before I saw it coming. He says, guess what? It's your, and he didn't even get the word turn out. It's your turn. He just got, it's your, boom, right on the bridge of the nose. Laid that kid on the ground. He jumped on him, whomped on him for a little bit and got up, looked at the other two and he said, so what are you going to do about it? And those two go, nothing. All of a sudden, they're not so brave anymore. The top dog just got knocked down. And he come back to the car, and I said, now you let me know if they pull some dirty crap to try to get even. I said, not then I'll get involved. But I said, right now, today, I think you just settled things. Never a word after that. I'd ask him, too. You run into those guys? Oh, yeah, they usually cross the street now, and they don't bother me. And yeah, I was pretty proud of the fact that he just needed some reassurance that, no, you don't need to take that. You don't have to put up with that. Stand up for yourself. Do what you got to do to make sure you get through life without someone putting knots on your head, you know. That's, hey, Tyler, good to see you. Good to see you, Tyler.
Yeah, my oldest boy, I had to reinforce it to him because he was one of these guys. He was like a gentle giant. He was bigger than most kids in height. He was, he was a little heavy, not much, but a little, And they used to give me, and I told him, I says, dude, you know what? If you get suspended, I'm not going to. But don't let people take advantage of you. Don't let people mess with you. Don't let people, they're doing it to make themselves so bigger because, oh, look, I can get the best of this bigger guy, right?
Mm-hmm.
As soon as he stood up for himself, it changed how people looked at him,
Mm-hmm.
And now he's the one that people are afraid of upsetting because, hey, and he, you know what, he's never really had to whoop any ass. But he's taller than me. He's 6'5". He's probably 280, 290. And he nobody messes with him. So.
Through my life, I've met quite a few gentle giants, but you find out you don't want them getting a hold of you when they're upset. You don't want to push them to that point because the gentle part comes out of the title. And I had a friend, we just called him Red, and the guy wasn't terribly tall. He was like 5'9", 5'10", but oh my God, his biceps were like watermelons. I mean, he pumped iron all through junior high and high school, but everybody considered him this passive, gentle guy. And the bullies of school, the hard asses, never bothered him because they just didn't know. They looked at him and they go, look at how beefed up this boy is. We were down there at the gym and this guy's leg pressing 685 pounds like it's nothing. What if he got mad someday? Well, it wasn't until we were adults in a bar. This guy started pushing Red at the bar, physically giving him shoves and pushing him. And I told the guy, I said, hey, back off. And the guy said, it's none of your business. This is between me and this guy here. And I said, you don't want to find out what he's going to do to you if he gets to that point. I don't want to find out what he does to you. I know he won't do it to me. We've been friends for years, but he might hurt you. And he goes, obviously he's a sissy, and he double barrels him in the chest, gives him a good shove. Red trips over the bar stool, hits the floor. Red gets up, and all he does is he faces this big farm kid, He faces him and he goes, put your hands in here. And this farm kid, dumbass, puts his hands in there. And we could hear two bones snap. Red was so strong. His hands were so strong. He snapped two of that kid's bones in his hand. And he walked him to the door of the bar and just pushed him out the door. And walked back up to the bar. Bartender bought him a beer and said, that was the most uneventful fight settlement I've seen in my bar ever. And Red says, they don't want to put their hands in here. They don't want to put their hands in mine. And he said, I don't want to grab them. They have to make the move. I offer them to put their hands in there. But if I grab them, he says, I don't know what I'd do to him. And thank God he's never, ever, other than that incident, never had to pony up and fight, The thing is I would pick on him. we're buddies, you know. And I'd piss him off so bad, and he'd go to punch me. I'd tell him, come on, take a swing, and I'd give him little pops in the chin, you know. And, come on, take a swing, and he'd get pissed, and he'd cock back, and he'd try to swing at me, and all I'd do is step away, duck a little fade. He always missed. He was so muscle bound, he was slower than shit. We wanted him on our softball team. He couldn't hit the softball unless you put it on a T-ball post because he's so slow. He's so muscle bound, he couldn't hit the damn ball. It was same with running. He couldn't run. We'd yell run, and all of us would run, and then we'd go, okay, everybody stop. Let's wait for Red to catch up. Because he was so damn muscle bound. He just couldn't move fast. It was impossible. But hey, JDS. Yeah, Samantha said she's at her sister's for dinner. Oh gosh.
Hey, Sty, would you do me a favor? Would you make me big for a minute?
Make you big?
For a minute.
Boy, I'm powerful. You watch. Boom.
Hey, JDS. Just had to do it. He's here, right?
Uh-huh.
Come here, you know.
And I right away I thought of typically over at your channel. Well, you wouldn't let JDS in here for 10 seconds without that. Oh, hi, JDS.
Well, he always talks about Ann's blue eyes. So I was like, all right. I always give him my blue eyes.
Yeah. Check these out, JDS, right?
You can't see my eyes because my stupid glasses. Yes, it's made me think about getting corrective eye surgery just so I could be here, not have my glasses on. But you know what I need? You know what I need to do first before I get corrective eye surgery that would really help? Is lose some weight. That wouldn't take any surgery. I mean, you could do surgery, but you know,
and that's it. Is they say that your odds improve if your body mass is lower, for surgery. My grandfather,
I don't want surgery for weight loss, but
no, I don't mean for weight loss.
Yeah,
that Running Water's ex-honey, she had that weight loss surgery done. I don't know which one, if they stapled her stomach or which ones,
or a band or whatever, right?
Yeah, I don't remember which one she had done, but she was. What was it? She was 120 pounds over what medically they considered her optimal weight, the perfect weight.
Sure.
120 pounds over that. She had that surgery done, and within a year, she lost 115 of those pounds. And she's working out constantly. So the skin is tightening up. She's starting to build muscle mass. And I see pictures of her, and I just like, whoa. Yeah, Running Water should have kept that.
She doesn't have any saggy skin.
Her skin, because she was working out during the process, the skin actually tightened up. Well, most of it with her. She does have some saggy skin.
Yeah, but even guys, if you're, if you're 120 pounds overweight as a girl, unless you're 6 feet tall, you're probably double your body weight. Yeah.
And I actually have an acquaintance that had to have, what they call apron surgery. They remove the saggy skin because it's just excess skin. They lost that much weight that they had to have the excess skin removed because it was hard to live with. It wasn't, they didn't care about the appearance thing as much as they did the difficulty and having to deal with it. And they had that done. And I was surprised how actually how dangerous of a surgery that is.
Oh,
To
all those
just
bariatric type surgeries are all dangerous.
yeah, they said removing that much skin is pretty damn traumatic.
You're talking the skin. I got you. Forgot.
Yeah,
Yeah.
the skin.
Yeah.
The,
Well, it's all living tissue. Even
Yeah.
though it's sagging, it's still living tissue. So it's like
Yeah.
removing a part of you. So have a good night, E-Waste. Take care, brother.
Hey,
Get some
you have
sleep.
a very good night there, Mike. Take care of yourself, buddy. Don't push it. Just
Prayers
recover.
your way. Prayers your way, Mike, even though you're an asshole.
Yeah, yeah. Yeah. Even assholes deserve prayers sometimes.
What's up, buddy Weiser?
Hey, Buddy Weiser. Lost 125 pounds of useless weight. I got divorced. Yeah. I had that diet too. Oh, yeah. I couldn't believe how much of that weight was actually on my shoulders.
Right?
If I wasn't carrying that weight on my shoulders, it was riding my ass all the time. Yeah. It was so nice to get rid of that weight.
Didn't you have a Brokeback Mountain meme?
Hey, no.
This was riding your ass. Now what? I'm just trying to figure that. I'm trying to put two and two together. Brokeback Mountain, riding your ass. I mean,
yeah, you're trying to put it together, and you're not very good at it. Stop it. You're terrible. Okay. You're awful. You're awful. Yeah. Yeah. Otherwise, next time out at camp, you're gonna say, Sty, I thought you were going to put that log on the fire.
Put that log somewhere else. What?
Here's another piece of firewood for you. Hey, Sterling Silver. Yeah, saw you sneak in. The 250 lost 5 pounds in a month. I put down drinking beer for now. I'm going to celebrate. I was at 267, and then I got down to 185. Then I came back up to about 220, and that's where I plateaued. And I've been there for the last 6 years, right around between 200 and 220.
And you're how tall?
6 feet.
Okay.
Yeah, I liked it when I was 185.
Oh yeah, I mean at 185 at 6 feet. I mean that's even though they say that they technically will say that's overweight. It's not overweight for 6 feet tall.
And at 185, well, and that's it. Is my fat content was real low. It was, I was watching my fats, watching my proteins, making sure I'm getting tons of protein. So my muscle mass replaced a lot of fat. I burned a lot of fat off, and it was replaced with protein. So 145 pounds of mostly protein compared to my 265 pounds of mostly fat. That was all my fault, all my own doing. And now I got a good mix of both going on. The reason I say it's a good mix is I eat what I want. What's that for?
What do you mean you were 5'7"? Are you still 5'7", Bradley Whitworth? I was 5'7". What?
I was.
Did you grow?
I was 6'1".
I watch fat content every day and eat it.
Yeah.
That's my problem there, Suzex.
That's it. Yeah, I can't just watch it. That's because if I just watch it, I'm not happy. I try to eat all the fatty foods I can before somebody else gets a hold of them.
That's right.
Sick. Yeah.
But you're the only one in your place, Sty. Why is that?
Well, what if somebody were to break into my place and
try to eat your fatty foods?
Eat those blueberry fritters that I ate yesterday.
Ooh, you got blueberry fritters?
Not
Can I break
anymore.
in? Oh,
Not anymore. I
no,
bought
no reason to break in then.
I bought 2 blueberry fritters that were about that big. They were huge.
Wow.
I ate one around noon yesterday, and then I ate one after dinner last night. Oh, that's more sugar than I've had in the last month. But God, they were good. And I had to eat them before somebody come across them and corrupted themselves. Yeah. Can't allow it. Can't allow it. Yeah, Saucy Shane. That's I was 6'1", and
That's 2 inches. That means 2 inches is a lot.
That's quite a bit. I lost an inch after I broke my back. I had lost an inch. I asked the doctor, is that due to slouching or what? And, well, I ended up with a little bit of curvature of the spine from that break. And then I've got 3 vertebrae that are compacted. The discs are basically, that vertebrae aren't very separate. So collectively, I lost an inch. And
Can I ask a question?
you can always ask. I might tell you to fuck yourself on the answer, but
I'm 6'1".
Uh-huh.
My wife is about 5'2", 5'3". We've got 6 kids.
Uh-huh.
All 3 of my boys are taller than me.
Uh-huh.
My 17-year-old right now is taller than me.
Uh-huh.
How the hell does that happen?
Well, if you take her height and your height and you add them together, and then you divide it amongst your children, they're a couple inches taller than you.
They should be shorter than me.
Not you take her height and your height, add them together.
Yeah, no, that's not how that shit works.
Prove it.
Then they'd be monsters.
No, because you're dividing that difference amongst all of them. See, that's my kids.
All my girls are taller than their mom.
I've got 2 of my kids are actual shorties, and then one is about the same height as me, and then Running Water's an inch or 2 taller than me. But my wife was only, I think she was 5'6", something like that, 5'8". Maybe.
Although we do have a very tall garbage man, and he's been around for a while.
That was my problem when I was born. You know the old saying, people took that serious. They said, look at him. He's the milkman's kid. Because we had home milk delivery, and our milkman had dark hair. And
you know what? My one boy, if you shaved his afro, he would probably be the same height as me.
Oh, there you go.
I'm joking.
There you go. There you go. Well, and in truth, my one grandson, and it's in truth, that kid, he's got the biggest freaking, well, he doesn't anymore. He finally cut that damn thing off. But he had the biggest afro you ever seen. And I had him out to camp for one summer to help me at camp. And, it was a blast having him out there. But laugh our asses off when we went to the beach. We all go running out in the water and dive in. He run out there and tried to dive in and damn near broke his neck because his head wouldn't go under the water. And so that afro was so compressed, it's so tight that it held air. I mean, he couldn't get underwater because it's like he's got a beach ball glued to his head. And we're out at the beach for about 3-4 hours, and he's insistent, man. He wants to dive, and finally he gets that afro wet, and it's just kind of hanging there, 4 freaking days later, he goes, "Check this shit out, Grandpa." He walks up to the side of my Sty Shack, and he shakes his head, and you can see the splatters of water on the shed. He goes, "That sumbitch still hasn't dried out." He says it's not drying. He spent like 4 days walking around, shaking it constantly, running his fingers through it, and finally that sucker dried out. He says, I can imagine if you took a sheep and you held that sucker in the water until all of his wool is soaked, and then let him loose. That sheep would probably weigh about 700 pounds. I said, yeah,
And it would take days for it to dry out.
right, yeah, yeah, because it's not like finer hair that you can comb out and air out. And see, now there's a weird thing that jumps. Sometimes height jumps generations too, because on my dad's side, my grandfather, he was only like 5'6", and my grandmother, though, she was 6 feet tall. My father, he was 5'6", short little guy. Okay. On my mother's side, she's 5'1". Her mother was 6 feet tall. Her father was 6'2". And she ended up only 5'1". And her three brothers all ended up 6 feet tall or more, but she's only 5'1". So I always wondered about that. I kept asking her, "Are you sure they're your brothers?" You know, something's a little odd here. But then I was 6'1". My sister was 6 feet. My brother was 5'9". I was the tallest out of our four kids, and I was the last one born. But to someone 5'6", 5'1", and they ended up having kids that were in the 6 foot range. The person's height, I just don't. I figure I got it from my grandpa on my mom's side. You know, him and his brothers were all over 6 feet. 6'1" was the shortest one. They had a guy. One of them was 6'8".
Yeah, it's just weird. My grandfather was like 6'1". My grandmother wasn't very tall. She was probably average, probably 5'5", 5'6", something like that. It's weird because there's really nobody, on my side or even my wife's side that are, more than 6 foot. I mean, my wife's dad wasn't very tall and his mom's not tall. So it's like, yeah. So I don't know where they get their extra height from. You know what? Here's the problem. When they were growing up, I forgot to cut them down a notch or two.
There you go.
You need to cut those kids down a notch or two. And that way, you know what? But, I just let them grow. Didn't cut them down a notch or two like you're supposed to. Yeah. And it's all my fault.
Might as well take the blame. What the hell?
Yeah. Yeah. If you cut them down a notch or two, then you don't have to worry about it.
That's probably why my boys
I was cut down a notch or two.
Yeah.
I was cut down a notch or two.
Yeah.
I'm sure Running Water was cut down a notch or two by his dad,
Oh, he would have been at least 6'8". Yeah. I seem to always have friends that were short, except for this one kid. He was in the Marines, Nam era, and he got severely injured, and they shipped him home, and he had a leg that got just shattered. They managed to put it back together, though. I was amazed that they managed to give him a working actual leg after what he went through. And he was so proud of himself. He finally gets to come home, right? Well, he had some money stashed away, and he went and bought himself a brand spanking new Barracuda. And he shows up in town with that awesome green Cuda. It had I was surprised that he got it in green because that was the Super Bee standard color, that they had the yellow and green Super Bees. And he comes rolling to town with that fancy Cuda. He gets out of the Cuda, and I hadn't seen him for like 3 years. Gets out of that Cuda and he walks over to us guys. I'm looking up at that sucker and I go, Jesus Christ, it's a Jolly Green Giant. Look at this guy. Where the hell did you gain a foot? I wasn't done growing when I went into the Marines. It's obviously, holy shit. Holy shit. No wonder you got your leg all busted up. You got legs that are 4 feet long. I mean, yeah. Guys with like Jimmy, they don't have to worry about their legs getting busted up because nobody can hit them. They're so small.
My nephew was always skinny. His dad's kind of one of these guys that's real wiry and whatnot. And he got in a program with his sister, and he started really working out. And he came over. The last time he came over, he was like a couple inches taller than I was, which he was always kind of my height. But he's all like broad in the shoulders and stuff. It's like, dude, what are you doing? Are you juicing? You know, we were all giving him. It was during my son's wedding. We were all giving him crap the whole night long that he was juicing and everything else. No. Just working out. But he used again, and he was big, but he wasn't massive big, but he was big. But he was always one of those wiry kids. He was just, he was naturally one of those guys that, he's got a good metabolism. He wasn't real strong, but he could do things when it came to strength, but there wasn't the extra, muscle tone and whatnot that he built up. So
I had a friend all the way from kindergarten straight through to high school, Dale. Oh God, that poor Dale. Every bully in every grade wanted to beat the shit out of Dale because Dale's a sissy. He's a little guy. He finally reached 5'6", and he was just proud. Oh, man, I'm 5'6", and I didn't think I'd ever get above maybe 5'1". And I'll never forget the first time. It had been almost 10 years since I had seen him, and I'll never forget when a friend of my wife's and mine, we were all friends. She says, "Yeah, I'm dating this new guy." And I go, "Really?" And she goes, "I mentioned you guys, and Dale said that he knows you." And I go, "Dale who?" And she goes, "Dale Kruger." And I go, "Little Dale?" I said, "Really? You're dating him?" Well, she was a women's bodybuilder. So this girl's toned. I mean, you didn't want her getting her hands on you.
Sure.
And I thought, oh, poor little Dale. Yeah, he's this gal's bitch. I know it. And she says, "Dale would love to meet up with you, Sty. He said meet him down at the Country Kitchen tomorrow at noon and he'll buy you lunch." I said, "That's cool. Okay." I go to the Country Kitchen, don't see him anywhere, get a booth. And then here comes this guy walking in, and I'm looking at him, and he seemed kind of familiar. But, oh, man, this guy, he's a workhorse, man. He's only 5'6", but he looks like a brick shithouse. And he walks over, and he goes, "Well, hi, Sty, it's been forever." He shook my hand. I thought he was dislocating every frickin' joint in my hand. And he sits down, he got this big grin on his face, and I'm looking at him. He ain't got no neck anymore. It's all freaking muscle, And he's wearing a T-shirt that looks like any second is just going to go, And I go, "Dale, what happened to you? You know them steroids are not good for you." And he starts laughing. He goes, when I got out of high school," he says, "I got beat up for 12 years. And he said, when I got out of high school, I was talking to this guy, and he says, 'Are you tired now of getting beat up?' And I said, 'Yeah.' And he said, 'Come down to this gym that I've got, and we'll get you into shape where you don't have to get beat up anymore.' And he said, so I went down there, and he says, I became really good friends with somebody. And he said, I took his training advice, but I never took his personal advice." And he says, "And here you are. This is the end result." And I said, "What do you mean you didn't take this guy's personal advice?" And he says, "I'm buddies with Hulk Hogan." I go, "You say what?" And he goes, "Oh yeah. We meet up at least 3 times a week and work out together." He said, he's just coming off of steroids, and he said, watching what he's going through, thank God I never went down that road, never touched it, never went through that. And so here he was, tight buddies with Hulk, and we're sitting there, and he goes, order what you want. Off the menu, order whatever you want. So I ordered a burger and fries, stuff. He sits there, and the waitress goes, and for you, he goes, this pork chop dinner, how many pork chops come with that? And she goes, 2. He goes, okay, I want 2. And she goes, right, 2 comes with it. No, I want 2 of the dinners. 2 of those dinners. He says, I need 6 eggs, a double order of hash browns, and I want those loaded, covered with onions and all that, and the cheese. Just double up on the cheese. I'm like, what in the hell? And he sat there, and before I finished my burger and fries, ate all of that. Ate all of it. He said, oh, I have to eat that much, keep my protein levels high enough and my fat levels high enough. He says, I'll burn this off before 4 or 5 o'clock this evening. And then he says, this evening, I'll probably eat about 4 or 5 pounds of food before I go to bed. He says, but I burn it all off every day. He says, that's how hard I work. It's okay. Glad I don't have to buy your damn.
Sounds like he doesn't have a job.
He became the assistant trainer of that club.
Oh, there you go.
So he's working out
at his job.
Right, he's working out for a job.
I mean, that's great. I mean, yeah, I mean, if you can get into healthcare, like a gym or something like that, and you like working out, and you can, that's great.
And
I mean,
it's right there for you. Yeah, he had it licked. And then for Cheryl, his wife, who she ended up marrying him, but Cheryl, she loved it. She's a nurse practitioner, and she'd get off at the hospital and she'd run down to the club and work out with Dale for an hour or 2, and then they go home and have dinner. And she was doing the women's bodybuilding thing on the side, basically, as a hobby. But for Dale, he took home a fair amount of trophies, at some of the bodybuilder competitions. But his wife, she took a bunch home, boy. She was doing really good. And then, what screwed them up, though, is they moved from Minnesota out to Spokane, Washington. And within 2 years, he lost about 30% of his muscle mass. And she lost almost all of that add-on muscle mass because they didn't have the gym arrangement they had in Minnesota. They just couldn't. They just weren't able. He was doing a different line of work, and she was really putting in the hours, and they just didn't have a good gym. And they said it all goes to hell real quick. And people don't realize those bodybuilders can go to shit in a flash. Yeah. They got to keep that work up.
Well, you got to put the time. You know what, Sty? I hate to say it, but you and I, we could be behemoths. If we took if the time we spent on YouTube,
we did something physical,
was spent lifting weights and doing squats and things like that, we could be the admiration of every girl out there.
Oh yeah. Yep. Just happens we kind of explored the wrong streams.
But then you couldn't be on YouTube. It was you couldn't be on YouTube. No one could see you. You could be fit and you could be healthy and you could look like but
that's it. We'd have to take our cameras to the gym and just have them up and running because we wouldn't have time to be looking through lenses and stuff.
That's right. You can't. Yeah.
And if we were doing lives, we'd be so out of wind from pumping iron that it would be, tell me what they're saying in the chat because I can't talk while I'm working out, The
supper was ruined. Sausage Shane.
What?
Well, have a good night, Saucy Shane. Love you, brother.
I love you all. Yes, you have a good night. Oh, man. Yeah. That's that's one thing. When you have one of those terrible ass days, and it's just like nothing today is working, nothing's working out. When you do finally get to go to bed, I find I got to tell myself, oh, thank God. That day's done. It's over. It's gone. That bad day has just been done. It's over. Tomorrow, I'm going to keep my eyes peeled that I don't have another one. Hey, JCT, great to see you.
Good to see you, JCT.
Oh, yeah. What you were saying, Phil, is I knew this guy, Todd Owens was his name, and he owned a awesome gym in Minneapolis and big health club. And I couldn't believe it. Todd Jr. Okay, Suzex, we'll see you. Thank you, sweetie. You take good care. Tell Runny Egg, take care of himself.
Again, give Runny Egg a shot in the ribs for me, please. Just get
a little jab.
Yeah, that's from Phil from Everything Spicy. Just a little jab. Nothing much.
A little jab. Yeah. Hey Ryan, good to see you.
Hey Ryan,
but yeah, this guy, it was weird when I first met him. I got to know his son, and his son invited me to their house, and I went to their house, and here comes this guy strutting out, and I'm looking at this guy, I'm like, "Ooh, look at that son bitch, boy, is he built, you know?" And he goes, "Sty, this is my dad." I'm like, "No, there's no way in hell he's your dad." Jesus Christ. We were 17 years old. We were the same age. We're 17 years old, and I ain't seen no 17-year-old with a dad that looked like that. And he says, no, he's my dad. And I asked him flat out, I said, this might sound rude, but how old are you? And his dad says, I'm 65. He says, yeah, we had our kids kind of later in life. You know?
Wow, that's real late in life.
And I'm like, you're 65. And Todd Jr.
must be young.
Todd Jr. was his oldest, and they had 4 other kids. So when you look at the younger kids, yeah, that was kind of late, but oh my gosh. I couldn't believe that guy was 65 years old. There's no way in hell.
65 with a 17-year-old son. He had to have a younger wife, much younger wife.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So kind of like what was it?
She wasn't that much younger. She was like 40.
Having a kid at 40 is late in life. So yeah.
Well, no, she didn't have a kid at 40. She was 40 at that time. She had that kid 17 years earlier.
Gotcha.
The oldest one, 17.
So 25 years difference between him and her. I gotcha.
Yeah.
Lucky guy.
But talk about one healthy animal. I mean, it's crazy. It's crazy. And the thing is you see some of these old boys. I knew a guy, he's 74 years old. He is 74 years old. Well, you talk about late in life. Now, the mother was young, but the father, this guy I knew up here on the reservation, oh, God, old Bill, that poor bugger. He ended up with a baby daughter when he was 71. And somehow our district attorney decided that he somehow was committing some kind of child abuse by just by having a child at that age. And they trumped up some kind of charges against him for child neglect. And I sat in his trial and watched all of it. I loved it. And I was proud of the judge when he dismissed the case and chewed the district attorney's ass off. The judge said to him, he said, didn't you even think about the fact that having a child at 71, you're not going to get to see that child grow up? And who's going to take care of that child when you're dead and gone? He goes, by the time, and the way Bill put it to the judge was, by the time I'm dead and gone, that kid will be working age and will have a very good job, I'm certain of it. And they'll be able to take care of themselves. The judge again said, but having a kid at 71 years old, and he says, Your Honor, when the wife and I met, we thought it was a perfect situation. She's going to inherit everything I've got, which is quite a bit. I'm going to be happy in my later years. And he says, and I guarantee you, Your Honor, I thought at 71 I was shooting blanks. The judge started laughing. He goes, I guess so. At 71, you might think that, even though it's not sound thinking. It is a reduced chance, but it's not impossible. And Bill told me, he says, just remember, Sty, always stay safe. The older you get, stay safe. That old guy at 71 years old, they had that little girl. I went to her high school graduation and watched Bill jumping up and down in the crowd, screaming and cheering for her graduation.
That's cool.
I went to their house for a huge barbecue when she graduated out of, I believe it was Stanford University. Now, Stanford, the acceptance rate is only about 6% of those who apply to go there. And she managed to get into Stanford, and she graduated from Stanford. She's some bigwig attorney down in Minneapolis, St. Paul. She's a defense attorney, but handles mostly environmental lawsuits, or like Flint, cases like
right.
you would have in Flint. Those are the types of cases she takes, or where people, or the city or the county or the state injured a community and stuff like that. But yeah, the girl's rich. She made Papa's money look like a drop in the bucket. And he lived to be 99. He turned 99, died a week after. He told the judge the truth. When I'm dead and gone, she'll already be employed, taking good care of herself. And she was. So there's, and it was because he refused to get old. He says, I can't stop my dying someday, but I can stop being old. He says, I can not accept it. I'm not going to accept getting old. That's good attitude. Good attitude. I'm
trying to figure out what Blake is saying over here. I ate almost a whole pack of bacon last night because of COVID. Trying to figure that out there, Blake. What are you talking about?
Yeah, me too.
Blake is one of those odd guys. It's always kind of hard to figure out what he's talking about.
A couple nights ago, I had a couple of BLTs with the amount of bacon that you would usually put on 6 on those 2. It was loaded with bacon. Oh, were they good. Kincaid Outdoors Spicy, I'm going on a vegetable diet Monday. He kept talking about bacon. Oh, so you're going to go on an all vegetable diet. So you figure on the way out, your last meat.
Have fun with that.
Yeah.
Yeah, I thought about having a big steak today. Nothing worked out today, and then when I thought about doing it right around 5:30 or so, my wife came downstairs when I was still working on the room. She says, "Brennan's going to get pizza." I was like, "Oh, okay. I guess I'll just be fine with that." But yeah, I thought, I haven't had a good. Be honest with you, last time I had a good steak, I didn't feel good from having a good steak. It was just. I'm not used to that much meat. I don't use that anywhere, but I wasn't.
Yeah. I'm a meat eater. I love
meat, but I don't get steak or even pork chops. God, I gotta quit. I gotta quit letting everybody else dictate my diet. Well, I do because what goes on in the house. I mean, when I come home from work and everything else, it's just it's not conducive to making a meal, and I understand it as well for my poor wife. It's just we all come home at different times, and she works too. So I gotta get the grill out more often. I gotta throw some pork chops on there. I gotta find some different things to do, and just
yeah. I had one summer, this is several years back, but I had one summer, the ex-wife and I were still together. She loved that summer. Man, I was doing trout and salmon on planks in the grill. I was grilling pork chops, smoked pork chops, steaks, chicken wings and drummies, barbecued and spicy on the grill. We had talked about it towards the end of the summer that couldn't believe it. It didn't matter, rain or shine. The grill I could pull it in underneath the overhang of the house and grill. And we never used the stove in our kitchen that whole summer. We grilled everything and we had some form of awesome meat for every meal. But we ate a lot of good stuff with it too. We had salads and other veggies and stuff with it. We grill squash and other things on the grill. And yeah, I loved that summer because if I felt snacky, like I wanted to snack on something, I didn't go for chips and sweets. I was digging in the fridge for a couple of those leftover barbecued chicken legs or something. I wanted real food for a snack. I didn't want garbage, Hey, Killdeer, good evening.
How you doing, Steve?
Yeah, Steve. Jeez, I wasn't sure if he was stopping in tonight or not.
It's late. We're 2 hours in, so he made it though. You made it.
He made it.
And now you got Chaucer out there challenging Blake that he won't be able to stick to his veggie diet. So and Blake is telling Cliff to go screw himself. So he will do it just to prove you wrong. Sometimes that's all it takes. Someone to tell you can't do it. It's like, oh well, screw you. I'll do it just because you say I can't.
See, and that's the thing, Phil. You're hitting a good nail on the head because there's two types of people: those that can't do it without encouragement, and those that can't do it unless you tell them they can't. There's two types of people there. Some need that encouragement to be able to get through it. Others need you to say, what a joke. You ain't going to do it. It ain't happening. You can't do it. Oh, shit. You said you shouldn't have gone there. I'll prove to you I can do it. Yeah.
Have a good night, Newfoundlander.
Hey, Ingalls family, we'll see you next time. Hey, don't forget, folks out there, I'm going to shoot this real quick. We got 28 in the house, just to remind folks and those folks that don't even know. Some people jamming in the back room. You didn't think I'd do that, did you?
Pause.
I love that. It just instant freeze. I've been caught. Yeah, folks. Tomorrow night's the maiden voyage of the new show, and really, for an hour, I'm going to be explaining how the show is going to work from that point forward, how topics come up, what's going to happen. So tomorrow, the topic is the show and how the show will go on. So I hope to see you folks there.
Can I ask a question?
Yes, you can.
Sty, are you taking glasses off? Are you going to have the discipline to only go an hour?
Yes. I've been practicing. It's been hard.
I've been practicing, but usually it only lasts 30 seconds. But you have the discipline to only go an hour.
Yep.
Okay.
Yep. I got it all worked out, figured out. I've got a wrap it up point for every one of those shows. When it hits that wrap it up point, I know how many minutes I have to wind it down.
Okay.
And when I hit that 1 hour mark, this is the one, in fact, you'll see tomorrow night. Oh, you guys get a sneak preview. When I wrap it up tomorrow night, you're going to see this exit. Boom, at the hour mark. It's catch you at the next show, folks. So when I hit that hour mark, that's what you see. Even if I got to cut myself off.
You can't cut yourself off.
Yes, I can. Because little people know Lorena Bobbitt is a cousin. And if anybody knows how to cut you off, it's her. Look at this guy. Look at this guy.
Who the hell is that?
Who the hell is that?
I don't know.
What's up, Nick?
I got a new hat.
You got a new hat.
Yeah.
You got a new head to put it on?
That's too bad. Your volume seems a little low. Your mic, yeah.
Nick looked at me like, you asshole.
Blake thought I was cutting off the show right now. No, don't anybody go anywhere. No. We're not done tonight. Yeah, that's tomorrow night. It's going to be, you know what the real challenge is, Phil? It's not cutting it off at an hour. It's keeping up with 5 streams a week.
Yeah, that's a lot. What if those are only an hour? I mean, you can manage that. It's only Until you go to camp, and then the camp changes kind of things.
The camp,
You won't be doing that.
not a lot better.
Now
There, yeah, that's better.
that's good.
They're good enough.
Well, I could.
Goddamn,
I don't know what
600,000 subscribers, and you can't get your freaking mic and
Well,
speaker. Come on, man.
It's
Yeah,
never done that.
yeah.
Okay.
I mean, why
Jeez.
doesn't he have a
First
Pretty-
day on YouTube.
pretty co-host in a bikini or something by now?
He should be coming in here blowing us all.
Look at that old fuzz hat he's wearing, man. That's just
That's sexy.
yeah.
He's got this Spies Like Us hat on.
Yeah.
Got a beaver pouch.
I know Nick doesn't know about Spies Like Us, but you know.
Oh, you got a beaver pelt? Oh, a pouch. There you go.
It's a satchel.
Uh-huh.
Nice.
I'm gonna use it whenever I go hunting. I know it's for women.
But isn't that too nice to really take out hunting? Isn't that
Nah,
it's as cool as it is? I mean, do you really want to take that out and if you go hunting and stick something in it that would be gross?
it's good. It's good. Well, no,
You still
I have a
You
bag
still need to
for-
crank that volume up, bro. I'm old and hard of hearing, but
Is
I
it
know
really
Ty's
that
even
quiet?
worse than
I
I
don't know
am.
what.
Yeah, it's really quiet.
I don't know what his deal is.
Hello. Can you hear me now?
Hello. Can you hear me?
Is there
Now?
anybody out there?
Is
that
it
good?
we want at home? Come on.
Is it too loud?
No, that's good.
Too loud? No,
Okay.
you can't be too loud.
I can hear everything in my ears right now. It's really weird.
Well, that's great.
Well, it's better than hearing it in your ass. I mean,
Well, yeah.
you start hearing through your ass, and you need to pull your head out and look around and see what's going on. Yeah,
Ooh.
that's
It tickles.
that tickles.
What?
Oh.
Yeah, that new the arcade machine I have. That thing's cool. I don't think I shown you guys, did I?
What arcade machine do you have? Come on, show us the arcade machine. Come on.
It's Big Buck Hunter.
Big Buck Hunter? Does it only play Big Buck Hunter?
No, it has 4 different Big Buck Hunter games.
So it's a replica. It's not the real deal. It's a replica.
Yeah, it's a replica of that one. It's just smaller.
It's like a penis, only smaller. Okay, let's see.
Let's see.
I'm sorry.
I wish I could show it to you, but
We don't want to see that, Nicholas. Sorry. That might hurt your
arcade.
subscription. The game. I'm sorry.
The game. I would turn this, but it won't go that far. So, yeah, it's pretty cool. I mean, it stands like a foot below me.
Uh-huh.
Like it's that small because it's
Okay.
made for like, I don't know, like OG-san. Like if he was to use it,
Oh,
that would
ouch.
be perfect.
Poor guy's not even here to defend himself. Damn. Ouch.
It's an OG-san
It-
bottle.
2 hours, 9 minutes, 50 seconds. Overtime.
Yeah. It's an OG-san unit. That's
Damn.
cool.
It has a riser too, another foot, and I have it under, and it's still like 5 foot or something.
Huh.
Yeah, see, all those like games like that, I wouldn't mind one, but I want the real deal. I don't want something that plays. They had one at Costco years ago that played like the old Joust and all these. It had like 20 games in it. It's like, oh, that'd be cool. I'm looking at all the buttons. It was like $2,000, right?
Uh-huh.
Full size, just like the old 80s
Yeah.
video game things. But I was like, you know what? It won't be the same. It won't be like playing any one of those games
Right.
because it's all of those games in one.
Yeah.
The buttons won't be the same. It won't be like it was when I was playing the games back in the 80s. And it's just like, you know what? I held off. One of these days, I'm going to get a full-size game that I can bring down here in the basement of something I used to play back in the 80s. But today is not the day.
Yeah.
They make those. Well, it's. I don't know if you've probably seen them. It's the ones they have at Walmart, like the little ones.
Oh yeah, I've seen those. Yeah,
And they have
yep,
Pac-Man on them and stuff. It's the same
Yep.
brand.
yeah,
Uh-huh.
It's
Yeah.
about that high. The other
yeah.
ones,
They're
like,
cute.
That's
they're
just
like one
that's
franchise, and then they put those games onto them.
Sure.
There are those like off-brand ones that people make that have like all the main games on them.
Yeah.
But for a company to
That's-
sell those, they'd have to have so many licenses.
that's like when they came out with the retro jute boxes. You know, they look like the old originals, old 50s model
Yep.
jute box, play CDs, you know, and little CD changer in there. I looked at those and I go, I love the look of the jute box, but it just ain't the same. It ain't the same. You don't hear that needle drop on, or you don't hear the record drop. You don't hear
Right.
the needle. You don't hear any of that. It's just clean CD sound, you know. And it's after listening to it for a while, I'm going, I'm not spending that kind of money on one of them. I had an old original that played the 45s, you know, and
That would be so cool to get.
I should have never let the damn thing go because I let it go in 1975. We refurbished it in 74. Let it go in 75. I got $1,100 for it. That exact same jukebox today is worth about $12,000.
Wow.
Yeah. Yeah, that's a
Yeah.
kick in the hiney to know that. You know, a lot of that shit when you get my age, you go, if I would have kept it, if I would have kept
But
it.
that was a lot of money back then, right?
$1,000 was big money. Yeah. 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 You're talking $1,000 back then probably would have been felt like 5-6 grand today,
Right.
you know. The same with pinball machines. Man, oh man.
My mic is.
My buddies would come over and we'd spend hours cleaning and filing all of the points in an old or pinball machine to make sure everything worked, that all the bumpers were functional, all the lights were functional. Well, those old pinball machines had hundreds of sets of points in them. And if they got carboned up at all, they wouldn't function. You had to keep those clean and filed. And you get a machine that worked flawless, yeah, you make $800 on it. And you
Yeah.
found the machine in some junk sale for $50, you know. And they say, well, it kind of works, you know, one of the flippers don't work. And we'll take it home. And all it was pop the top and clean everything. And then you turn around and sell it for, you know, you paid $50, you sell it for $800. And I think I did 7 or 8 pinball machines. But I'd love to have any one of the ones that we restored sitting here to play, man. Just to
There's
play.
one that's near me. It was at a yard sale before, and they took us, and he had a bunch of antiques, and he had it. He wanted like $3,500 for it.
Uh-huh.
It was Evil Knievel, and it was.
Oh yeah.
There, nothing was broke. The screen at the top
Yep.
was all good. The metal wasn't scratched. All the lights, red, white, and blue, were in there. And
Yep.
that was cool. But
Yeah, those are cool.
yeah.
I had it was a 4th of July machine, and that was an awesome machine. And the whole machine was polished hardwood, except for the table and the backboard. And boy, did that sucker light up. Man, that had more lights in that machine than anyone I ever touched. And that bugger, the manufacture date on it was 1952.
Wow.
It was built in 1952, and it was a 4 flipper machine. It had double flippers at the top and the bottom. And when we got that all cleaned up and working, God, was that a fun, and the free game knocker in it. Oh my God, it sounded like a gunshot going off. And all it was this solenoid with a steel hammer on it with a steel plate mounted to the wooden box of the machine, and it would hammer the side of that box. When you got a free game, it sounded just like a damn gun going off. Wham! Free game, you know. But that machine, it was a nickel a game or 6 games for a quarter. And one of the jukeboxes But my buddy restored that one. Was awesome. That one, it was. You played the top 10 hits, and it cost you 50 cents, and it played 10 records, all top hits of that whatever era you loaded the machine, and for $50 you got 10 songs, the top hits. You couldn't play those top hits individually. You had to play all 10 of the top hits. You guys, Phil probably remembers them. I don't know if Nick has ever seen them, but when I was growing up, almost every restaurant had the personal jukebox
at your booth. Yeah,
had the personal jukebox right at your booth.
I've seen like that in videos and stuff, like the little silver ones, like on the table.
Yep. And that, they had a flip card on them that you could flip through to select the songs, and you just punch them on the keypad, put your money in, punch them in, and they'd play at your booth. And they had those mastered, man. They had directional speakers in them, and if you were either booth on either side of that one, you could hear it, but not really well. But if you were in that booth, you heard it perfect. Yeah. Those were the frickin' days. The Archie Bunker, you old bastard. Those were the days. Yeah,
I can remember those back in the 80s. I mean, maybe even the early 90s.
Yeah. Oh, there was a restaurant out in Montana between 84 and 88 that restaurant, everybody loved that place. It had an old style jukebox in it and half a dozen pinball machines and a few of the retro electronic machines, Pac-Man and retro machines. And it's like you said, Phil, standalone machines. I mean, if you played Asteroids, that's all you could play on that machine. Just Asteroids. You ain't playing nothing else. And to get your hands on some of those the problem with some of those old retros is there are things that can go wrong with them. You can't find aftermarket parts for them.
Sure.
And where like the old ancient pinball machines, they're mechanical. You can actually reproduce those parts if you need to. But yeah. Hey, Budget, Bushcraft and RV Life. Good to see ya. Yeah. And there's a few few restaurants around the country yet that have gone retro and they've installed booth jukeboxes. We have one here in town. It's called Buddy's Burgers, and that place is all done 50s style. They bought two 1957 Chevy Impalas, 4-doors, and converted them into booths. So there's two big, awesome booths in there. And what they did was they took the back seats out of 4 57 Chevys and put one at the front of the car and the one in the back. So that's what you're sitting on is actual 57 Chevy back seats at your booth. And all of their booths have the private jukeboxes. Everything there is. You walk in there and you order anything, you think, you just walked into the past. You order a malt, you get a big tall malt glass and a tin with it, because what they make in that malt tin is 1.5 malts. So you get that tin with your malt. You get it all. You don't just get what fits in the glass,
So question for you. So you got this little thing over here where you can, select your records and everything, or your music. Where was it coming from?
Now in the old,
there's no 45s in there.
Now in the old days, I saw the mechanism for a system like that, and what it is okay, let's say you're sitting in the very first booth when you walk in, and way down the row there's another booth down there. You stick money in that little jukebox, start playing a song. Say you select 3 songs. Somebody comes in, goes to that booth way at the other end, sits down. They put some money in that jukebox. All of a sudden, they're hearing the songs you're hearing, plus the songs they select. So what you're paying for is not just your songs, but access to the jukebox that's in the back room.
Okay.
There's a jukebox that's not even on the floor. It's in the back room. Nobody sees it. But it's wired to every one of those smaller jukeboxes. Once you put your money in, you get to hear what's playing on the jukebox. Plus, you get to select your songs. You put the money in, you get to select. You put enough for 5 songs, you punch your 5 songs in. They may not come in the same order as you put them in, because somebody else might have selected the same song you did, but they selected it way before you. So it'll play for them. It won't play again for you, because you're both hearing the same song that you paid for. Gotcha. So yeah, it's one jukebox that's being managed across all those little ones. Yeah, it's pretty cool how they got it set up.
Yeah, I never figured that out. I never thought about it until now. So
yeah. Hi, Ryan. Yeah, I was fortunate. I got to see the jukebox operation for all those miniatures. I thought, I had asked. I said, so you don't have a regular jukebox? You just got the ones at the booths? And they said, well, look around. That's all we got are booths. Our whole restaurant is booths. Why would we have a jukebox out on the floor when you got jukebox right at your booth? And I said, yeah, but if you got 20 booths and they're all playing different songs, it's going to get pretty freaking noisy and confusing in here. Oh, no. That's not the way it works. If all 20 booths put money in, they're all hearing the same song at the same time, plus the songs they select. So it's pretty cool. If the booths are rocking, don't come a knocking.
Exactly, right?
In those 57 Chevy booths, yeah. And it was sweet because the one is a hard top, the other's a rag top. The hard top one is awesome. You go in there and you sit. It's got a headliner in it, and it's got the dome lights on. It's awesome. It's like, and the back of the booth is just the right height. They got it so that you can still see I would say, close to half of the dashboard. You can see the gauge cluster and everything, and yeah, it's pretty cool. Wasn't cheap. Sean, the guy that owns the place, I asked him, I said, what did those car booths cost you? And he looked at me and he goes, the two of them together almost equaled what I paid for this building. I said, oh, shit. Wow. And I know he paid $58,000 for the building. So they were close to $20,000 a piece. And everybody said he's never going to make it with his investment in that place. Yep. He's in the black. And with this COVID thing, that was so cool. He's got his waitresses curbside service. Now that we can eat inside, it's not a problem. But during the curbside service all last summer, you couldn't go in the restaurants, but they could bring you food out to go. He told his waitresses, he says, any of you that can roller skate get to work through the COVID. On roller skates, they're taking all the orders out to the sidewalk for delivery. And all you had to do is hold your hand out the window, and they'd come to your vehicle and find out who you are, and then they'd say, well, I'll get your order, and they go back in the restaurant, come back out with your bags. It was pretty cool. But, oh, look at here. Somebody got home from dinner. Hi.
Oh, hey.
So how was Din?
Good.
What the hell, Nick?
We had a lot of fun.
He didn't want to be under Phil.
I did have a little gas tonight, but Sam won't mind.
It was a good time.
Was it?
I don't think I stopped laughing for a total of 2 minutes the entire
Well, that's
time.
great.
It was funny.
Oh, well, that's good.
It was
That was a
fun.
good time.
Yeah.
Anytime my family gets together, it's a crack up. So
That's good.
That's yeah. When my family would get together, it would be a lot of laughs with an argument mixed in here and there.
yeah,
You know,
a
and
lot of laughs. My sister telling her guy to shut the F up here and there.
yeah. See, yeah, that's
Mine's
it.
just
That's
all
it.
negative.
That's
We just stay away from that. Yeah. We let those people sit in the house. We go out in the garage and talk about them. So
that's
yeah.
the one house we had these French style doors between the den and the living room, and the family split up because they had been arguing, and I could tell they're having a good time on each side with those doors closed, so they couldn't hear each other. And I'm listening side to side because I could hear them from up at the top of our staircase on either side, and I'm going, they're laughing so much because that side's talking about that side, and that side's talking about that side. So to them, it's all funnier than hell, and they're looking through the glass doors of those French style doors and pointing at each other across and stuff, and they're having a great time.
Mhm.
So I came downstairs and I slid those doors open. Dead quiet. All of a sudden, nobody's got nothing to say. Nothing's funny anymore. Close the doors. Louder than shit on both sides again. I was having a blast. Open the door. Close the doors. Open the door. They're trying to talk about each other, and it's like on here when you're popping somebody up and expect it. That's yep. So what did you eat, Sam?
She had a salad with chicken noodle soup, homemade. It was good. I mean,
Yeah.
nothing special, but yeah.
Right.
Not prime rib or anything like that.
Not this time.
Not moose
That's
cutlet.
usually saved for holidays, but no,
No moose cutlets, huh?
just comfort food.
Comfort food. That's what I was
just,
thinking right now.
I just got some of this Yankee Doodle chicken noodle mix,
Oh yeah, yeah.
and I got this one. Sweet Annie's butternut squash bisque.
Huh.
What are you doing with Annie's buttercotch?
Butternut.
What?
Annie's butternut squash bisque.
What are you doing with Annie's butternut squash bits?
I'm eating it.
Oh,
Uh-huh.
I'm telling.
They know Chuck had chicken noodle soup tonight too. I was just looking through my pantry this afternoon, and I got just enough egg noodles left, and I've got some grilled chicken breasts cubed up and froze. And I thought, oh yeah, I'll just make myself some homemade chicken noodle soup. So what the hell is this chicken noodle soup week or what?
Apparently.
And Sam nailed it. It's
Uh,
comfort food. What the hell was that?
remember
Nick.
I sent a picture of these? The bugs, chocolate dipped.
Oh yeah,
Uh-huh.
yeah.
See, it wouldn't be so bad if it was all like mealworms, because they're just like little powder puffs. But there's like some weird shapes in here. Like, there's one
Weirder
that
than-
looks like a giant, like a moth larva, and there's
Weirder
one,
than balut.
and this company has earthworms. I think there's an earthworm in here.
Awesome.
There you go. You're eating your bait.
You're eating it now?
No, not right now.
not?
Right now, he says.
Or just big D's or what?
So let's talk about candles, right, Phil?
Let's talk about candles. I don't have any candles down here.
This one's honeysuckle.
Mm-hmm.
your shelves behind you, Phil?
Yeah, that's the whole industrial with a rustic thing. I don't know. So we'll get some sauce on it. It'll look finished at some point in time. I'll get my everything spicy thing back here, and I still haven't figured out the camera angle. I was so worried about the camera angle and where I was putting everything. I finally had to tell myself, all right, screw it all, put it up on the wall, figure out what the camera angle is going to be after it's up on the wall.
Yeah, nothing wrong with that. Hey, Dennis.
So
Dennis is lurking. As long as he's
What's
lurking
up?
and not stalking.
what's up, Canoe Hound?
I could come over to your place, Phil, and do that splatter paint they do. Just get all kinds of paint, throw it at the walls, just all over. Don't you think that look cool?
I don't think he
I don't
agrees.
care how many subscribers you got, you little piece of shit. You ain't come over to my house and do that.
Just paint over it again, Phil, if you don't like it.
No, no. This was enough to paint over what I had here. I'll be done.
What?
What?
Hell, friends in the chat.
What?
Hello. Yeah, that's
Wow,
Hell,
God,
friends.
hell.
Yeah.
What the
Friends.
hell?
I'm out of here. I got friends in the chat. I'm getting
Oh,
the
hell
hell
no.
out of here. What the hell?
I thought Canadians were nice.
Yeah, what the
Yeah.
hell?
Yeah.
Dennis, come on.
Shot
man.
that all the hell, didn't
What?
Jeez.
he? I thought Canadians were nice. I love it.
What the hell, eh?
What the hell?
I don't know, Dennis. I don't know if I trust you now. after
Yeah, I
saying
don't know.
that.
Typo. You blame it on the computer. We don't proofread anything anymore. I mean, you are in the print business. If you're in the
Oh,
print
yeah.
business, I would imagine you would proofread everything before you hit send or before you hit print.
He's probably crying right now. We should stop.
Don't want to hurt his feelings.
Oh, you know how those Canadians are.
They're so nice that he'll be crying for days.
I don't know what his next comment's gonna be, if it's good or bad.
He's got a frowny face.
Yeah. He's like, I thought I had friends south of the border.
Yeah, you can take it easy on Canadians. They're overtaxed. So
First Canadian to go over the falls in a barrel with no lid on it.
with no lid on it.
oh, there's supposed to be a lid on it. Damn.
That smells so good.
First Canadian to go over the falls, just riding the barrel.
Yeah, right. Exactly.
Yeah,
Well,
didn't get in
barrel.
it, just rode it over. Somebody said you could go over the falls with a barrel, so I grabbed onto a barrel and jumped in.
Someone should do it like full of pickle juice, like half of it full of pickle juice. Try not to drown in the pickle juice. That'd be in the
What are you stepping up to do it? Or?
I think it's a big enough challenge to go with the falls in a barrel. I mean, the barrel had to be pretty freaking big for me and for you, Nicholas, to go over the falls in a barrel. So we would have to have the extra large barrel.
Need like a big coffin. Just go over it.
I think a coffin's not symmetrically correct for the.
Well, you can go straight down, hit the bottom. That'd be cool.
And then you'd
like
be done. And then they can
like
just
a
bury you in
torpedo,
it.
Yeah, just.
Oh yeah. Go. Yeah. You can look it up. They even got a couple of documentaries on YouTube about the history of people going over the falls. You
when
wouldn't
they
believe
first started
some of the,
doing it. It was nuts.
You wouldn't believe some of the shit that those people crawled into and some of the contraptions they built. And
I seen the one they went to like a big tin can.
Yeah.
Like, why?
Well, all I could ever figure out is it's not the ride that's going to kill you.
It's the hit.
It's getting beat to death inside that thing.
Yeah. Well, I would think even when you get to the bottom, I would think it's just the jostling around.
Right. that you're
Imagine going
gut-
off the side,
Yeah.
not falling with the fall, and just shooting over and then going down and hitting that.
Well, that
Yeah.
would be a different thing. Especially
Yeah.
if there's an impact, though. I mean, if you hit the water, it won't be too awful bad. But
Oh yeah, go on.
That's when a
Use a
coffin's
tote.
a bad idea.
I use a
coffin's always a bad idea, Nicholas.
I don't know.
Sorry.
Well, they can fish you out and just haul you over to the graveyard.
Right?
They come out on that little ferry boat, the happy ferry boat.
Yeah.
The happy ferry boat.
I mean,
sounds like something from the 2000s. The happy ferry boat.
I get a kick out of Niagara, though. I get a kick out of Niagara.
The happy ferry boat.
But we don't want to. God, Phil, you're just going down that trail.
Ant's
I'm just
not even.
repeating what he said. I didn't say it. He said it. The
Ant's not
happy
even up
ferry
here.
boat.
She's not even up here, and you're just going off.
What?
You don't want to go off that waterfalls and then end up getting ran by that ferry.
No,
Yeah. Going off the falls is bad enough.
nothing worse than the happy ferry boat.
Oh yeah, Blake. Yeah, that water. That water. Hey, I was behind a jet boat on water skis when I was about 17, and all they used that boat for was high-speed skiing. And I thought that was cool. And they said, yeah, you want to try it? And it was a perfect day. The lake is just like glass. I said, yeah, sure. They got that boat up to about 50, 55 miles an hour. And I'm crouched on them skis, hanging on them handles for dear life, thinking, I'm going to die. I'm going to die. All it took was a little ripple. Beep, boom. And all I can remember is seeing the blue sky spinning around. I was on my back, on top of the water, spinning, and tucked together. I remembered what they told me. Don't stick an arm or a leg out. Tuck up, fetal position till you stop. Talking to one of those guys, he had broken his arms 3 times, broken both of his legs multiple times doing this. He says you do not want an arm or a leg to go into that water when you're sliding across top of it. It's just like you stuck it into concrete and it ain't coming out. He says
Well, that's like when you put your arm out the window. You just put your arm out the window when it.
Well, yeah. Can you imagine that being solid water and you
Yeah.
stick your arm in it? Yeah, he says dislocations, broken bones are real common when you're first learning. He says, but then you learn, you just tuck up fetal position and just let yourself ride it out across the top of the water. And he said people have been killed by getting their heads caught in the water as they're sliding across it. And he said it'd break their neck, And well, that cured me. I'd never get on them damn water skis and do that shit ever again.
And then
I'll do it if you got a 25 horse Mercury and a fishing boat. You can pull me around.
Even the wind getting knocked out of you would be bad.
Oh yeah. Well, that's these damn fools doing belly flops off of diving boards, and they wonder what they pop to the top, thinking, "Oh, I can breathe," and they go, "No, they can't breathe." Knocked all the wind out of their lungs. They can't even suck it in. Don't belly flop like that. Oh. Yeah. I'm not too keen about this. When I was a teenager, we bridge jumped all the time.
Hey, Philip. L. Patterson, LA Beast.
LA Beast here.
I was trying to look something up. Sorry.
Yeah, you're gonna be the next Dennis.
The next Dennis?
Yeah, he's slipping up. Look, playing.
No, I was going in there. I was going to pull up a video of me jumping off the roof of my friend's house into a pool, doing a belly flop because it was only about 28 inches deep. And I figured the only way to survive it would be to do a belly flop because
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Don't go in legs first
It
or
was
head
only
first.
28 inches deep, you know.
Yeah. Yeah.
Were you drunk or just being Phil?
Actually, I'd only had a couple at that point,
Mhm.
so
Only
well,
had a couple.
I went over.
He had just enough to
Just a
jump off
couple.
the roof.
My,
I only had a pint, but it was moonshine.
my wife was down south, and I went over to our friend's house, and he had just put in a new little. He had one of those little pools that had the blue with the PVC and stuff. He had just gotten, and he put it close enough to the garage roof where I thought. Well, the first thing I thought of when I got over there was, "Oh, I can jump off of that roof into that pool." And they're like, "No, you can't." I was like, "Oh yeah, I can." So I went and got a ladder. Of course, I bent his little flange at the top of the drip edge. But of course, that was what we were doing for like the next half an hour. It wasn't just me, but the few of us jumped off of that. Now, of course, then we moved over to the roof of the house to try to jump off of that. And we looked at that, and the way the roof of the house went, it went down and then leveled out before. I was like, you know what? No one attempted that because you know what? There wasn't enough beer.
Oh, yeah. See?
So we were all smart enough to not injure ourselves and do that. But from where I was, you know, hey, we did it, and you know, it was a good time. Of course, big belly flop. I was smaller than, but I was still a big guy, so made for a good time.
There was a house that I did removed a couple of trees for him, and the guy gave me the tour of his house, his own personal design. And we got upstairs, go into the master bedroom, and off the master bedroom there's a big double set of sliding glass doors, and I thought, awesome, big patio, you know, balcony off of the master bedroom on second floor. I walk over to those doors and I look, and there's no balcony. Look down, there's their swimming pool. It's right, their swimming pool came right up to the side of their house. He says, oh yeah, I can get up out of bed in the morning, open the sliding glass door, and jump in the deep end of the pool right there. No shit. Don't
You can always jump.
Don't forget to unlock the house doors before you do. You know, jump in the fucking pool and find out, oh shit, I hadn't locked the house. My keys are in the house. Now you're screwed. Out there in your birthday suit, jumping in your swimming pool, and you got no keys to get in the house. Yeah. Pilot for the US
Imagine
Air Force.
jumping in that, you know, like when you mix cornstarch with water to make that goop stuff? Like, it's one of those experiments you do. You mix it, and then if you push it fast, it's solid. And if you let it flow, it's just liquid because the cornstarch.
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
Imagine just jumping into a pool of that.
There it is.
There he is. He's got Hawaiian vacation pants on too. This looks like it belongs on AFV or something.
Yep.
Yeah. And everybody else is wearing T-shirts that say, "We're with stupid."
Right?
There he goes. Oh, Jesus. Look at Jesus. Half the pool water went over the side.
A lot of water displacement happened on that splash. I'm just saying.
That's great. That's great. Good thing you didn't just submarine and right through the side of the pool.
Well, my buddy, who was the one just getting out, he dove in, but he dove in with the idea that, I mean, he didn't go straight in. He dove in with the idea that the second he hit the water, he was like this. Yep. So I didn't think I was that talented enough to do that. So I just went with the belly flop.
That's too easy to F up. The dive. Yeah.
Yep. So
that I'll never forget the first time that I went off of a moving boat, full geared up, scuba diving. There's 4 of us sitting at the stern of that boat, and they're running that boat at about 30 miles an hour, and you roll off the stern. First time I did that, it ripped my mask and my regulator out of my mouth. I wasn't holding on like I should have been. I had my hands on them, but you got to hang on to them. I didn't realize just how bad it was. I rolled off, and next thing I know, it's just boom. I just bare face. My mask was gone. The regulator's behind me. It was like, that's not good. That's not good. Yeah, I've seen it in the movies 1,000 times. These guys roll off the boat, in their scuba gear. No problem. Until you do it and you find out, God, that's stupid. Why do you do that?
These things gotta be
Stop the boat and let me out,
Right.
It's creepy. It's creepy by here. A lot of people, they get killed by here. It's French Creek is what it's called. George Washington went down it. It's like one of the, like a main.
Oh, in other words, don't drink the water downstream because George Washington went in it up there. Have you seen that one with George Washington and all his men crossing the Delaware, and there's Bernie sitting in the canoe or in the boat with him? Yeah, that was the best Bernie one I've seen yet. There's George Washington, all his men going, and Bernie's looking all timid in there by himself, sitting there amongst the group like, what am I doing here? Uh-huh. Hey, Patriots. Good to see you. French Creek, huh?
Yeah, well, it'd be an undertow, wouldn't it? There's so many roots down below, so many roots and trees that are down that don't get pushed out, and there's this undertow that happens in the river.
And they get caught down in the roots.
Just pulls you down, holds you under the roots, and it's always super dirty water too.
Yeah, we did the Rifle River probably about 25 years ago. And they told you if you get out of the boat, make sure you stay up top, because if you get down in there, you can get trapped up against logs and brush and other stuff underneath there. And it's nasty. You can get pinned right there and not be able to move.
I'll never forget my first time to Apple River here in Wisconsin. It's a premier tubing river. I mean, you go for about 12, 14 miles down this slow meandering river. You just tube your way down. It takes quite a while to go that 12, 14 miles. And we had a big cooler with a inner tube blowing up around it that held all of our beer, and a bunch of us tubers going down at the same time. It's a blast. You drink a beer, and along the shoreline, there's these 4x8 sheets of plywood with holes cut in them with goofy pictures of people with their mouths wide open. You throw your empty beer cans through their mouths. Those guys had it figured out. Keeps the river clean, plus they get all the recyclables, They had it figured out. Trail Trash would have loved it, the way they had that set up. River always seemed clean. Nobody ever left garbage in because there's so many places. You just get rid of it right there.
Well, imagine if Florida had a 10-cent return thing on all those cans.
Oh, yeah.
And instead of cleaning up the environment, he'd be getting rich.
Yeah, no kidding. It'd be a gainful operation, right, instead of just investment and work. But we went down that Apple River, and I'd never been on it before, and the group I was with had never been on it. And they go, we get to the end of it. Well, most of us are pretty drunk by then. And they go, oh, there's the sign. There's the pull-out point right there. That's where we pull out, and then they'll give us a ride back, blah, blah, blah. And I'm like, I'm not getting out of the river. We'll pull out down here a ways. No. Well, two of my buddies said, yeah, we'll go with you, Sty. Yeah, we want to go down farther too. And as we went out past the pullout site, this guy comes running down the shore. You guys don't want to go down there. We're like, yeah, we do. And he goes, no, you don't. And I said, the road follows the damn river. We're just we'll put in another mile down, walk back up the road. He goes, you might not make it that mile. You don't want to go down there. We thought, And one of my buddies goes, maybe we should listen to him. I said, don't listen to him. I think he's drunk. No, we were the ones that were drunk. We shouldn't have listened to him. We come around the next bend. Oh, yeah, there's a waterfall. It's not a huge waterfall, but it's about 4 to 6 feet. You know, and but we saw the waterfall and we were trying to paddle our inner tubes to the shore. Oh, hell no. We were stuck out in the fast current. There's no way you could make a inner tube paddle like a canoe or a kayak. No. So it's, hang on. Went off that damn waterfall and I almost drowned. I went off and the damn waterfall was holding me under. And I'm pushing, trying to get away from that waterfall. And by the time I got away from it and popped up, I was just that close to running out of breath.
Imagine how many times that guy's laughed. People that didn't listen go down and he just hears
Yeah.
him yelling. He
Yeah.
just waits for the yell.
Yeah. Well, we'll go call for rescue to go fish them out, their bodies, you know. And then I found out right after that waterfall, if you go around the next bend, then it leaves the road. The river turns away from the road, and within another mile and a half, it comes right out into the St. Croix River. Holy shit, you don't want to get in that. Now you're heading down the Mississippi. I mean, yeah. It was a hard first lesson out there. It was fun until we went off the waterfall. I lost my glasses, so I was blind as a bat.
And under those like little waterfalls like that, they have so much like loose gravel and like a deep pit that they made at the bottom.
It all depends
So
on.
it's-
It all depends. Up here, most of our waterfalls at the base of them, it's stone. It's exposed flat rock, and these morons, they decide I'll climb the top of the waterfall and I'll slide down that wet stone with the waterfall to the base. And they get to the base, they land on their ass after drop coming down 30, 40 feet, land on their ass right on a big sheet of shale, you know. It's solid rock. There's no sand.
They have it was the place I was at this fall when I went. It's called Ohio Pile. There was this big like rock formation that they had as a slide it didn't have a bottom like that, but yeah, like there's some, you know, there's rocks, and then like a lot it's that real like grabby gravel where it dug like a deep trench, and then that stuff just kind of went in and it can't get out.
Yeah.
But
yeah, plain old Chuck. A dollar don't go that far anymore. Yeah, they were able to throw one across the Potomac. The dollar just don't go that far anymore. Sorry, Sam. I wish I could give you something for the heartburn.
No worries. It'll go away in time. I'm glad you liked it, Bradley. Thank you.
Yeah, I really, really like today's song. Yeah. That's thank God through my life I kind of allowed that feeling to materialize.
Yeah.
It's tough. I dreamt for years of moving out west. I dreamt for years, and I passed up probably a half a dozen opportunities to do it. And when I finally did do it, it was kind of a melancholy experience because I kept telling myself, I could have experienced this years ago. And now I waited this long. So actually I missed out all that time that I could have been here. And it's tough though. It is tough. It's a mindset to dream of something, a change in life, and doing something just totally different for a change. And it's so easy to talk yourself out of doing it, or saying, I'll do that tomorrow. I'm going to do it down the road sometime. I'm going to do it down there down there might not ever come, man. Sometimes you got to look at it and go, I don't give a shit what it takes. I'm going to figure it out and I'm going to do it. I'm just going to do it, you know? So I love that song today. That was awesome. Yep.
Sometimes songs bring up a lot of emotions that
Oh,
you
yeah.
have to suppress
Mm-hmm.
because you think about it, you know. So
Well, and that's it. Is so often we don't allow ourselves to think about some of those things, and then you hear it in a song, and you get drawn in. You get drawn in, and then you
Yep.
realize, oh wow, now I'm thinking about or reminiscing on things that I should have, could have done, and
right.
and that's why I think those songs, you know. I heard Sam long time ago say once, "Well, I'm not a storyteller." Well, the hell she ain't. She's a hell
Yeah,
of a
really.
storyteller. She
Once a week.
she tells her stories through music, and it's awesome. I love it. You almost forgot I was on, Bradley.
I always forget you're on Sty.
How the hell can you forget Sty Story Sunday and Around the Campfire Thursday when I've been doing them for almost 2 years now? I mean,
It's funny. I never comment, but I'm always here. Like, I'm always here.
well,
Like,
that's that I expect from you, that you're
A little trolling
here,
turd.
you're here, you're just not all there, you know.
yeah.
Yeah,
A little trolling turd. That's all.
a little
Really?
trolling turd.
Maybe I'll focus that energy to you, Spicy. I don't know. What's it?
Hey, Nick, you going to be a guest on my new show down the road here?
Yeah, my rates are like 600. So whenever you PayPal that, I'll come right on.
Do they? You know, E-Waste Mike sent me a penny once.
One.
A penny.
Yeah, and I asked him, did they charge you to send me that penny? He says, no, I just took it right out of my PayPal balance, so there's no fee. PayPal to PayPal. So I could send you 600 pennies. I'll probably do about 50 a day until the 600's paid up.
There's gonna be interest on that.
No, I have no interest in that. No. Hey, I'm inviting you to be a guest on my show.
I already told you I would
And-
a couple weeks ago.
And you know where the real benefit is. It is an awesome benefit to have you as a guest. Don't get me wrong at all. But where the real benefit is being a guest over at Nick's. Oh, I met so many people over there. Yeah, it's, you know, it's not like you're coming home with 1,000 new subs or nothing. But no, I met several great people over there. And they come over and they hang out with us now, and they subscribed. It's great.
Yeah, my content doesn't go well with mix.
The reason I don't do like a lot of shout outs or anything is because I actually get hate for doing it when I do shout outs more than like the support someone else would get from it. Like the panel, I like doing that. And
well, see, and that's it.
Like when I've done them, like a lot of people, and then you get a lot of people who are like, why can't I have one? I'm just gonna stay out of it.
You can end up starting a whole new problem of people saying, well, you didn't shout me out. And people start getting ass hurt because they feel like they got left out. And I can't imagine, well, you got 500,000 subs. If you do something for one person, well, yeah, 600,000. But if you do something for one person, 599,000 of them are pissed. They were left out.
That's like family members. One of them, they want something, you get it from them, then everyone's like,
well, why'd you help them? You never helped me.
And then they expect it, and they don't appreciate it.
Yeah.
So then it's like,
the I don't, and that's it, is going over and visiting with you. And that's where I met all those people, was that time that you said, hey, I'm going to go live. You want to come up and we'll just hang out and chat? And we did. And Nick didn't shout me out. He didn't do anything special. We just hung out and chatted. Just like I was over in the chat chatting, I would have met those people if I was over in the chat chatting. So it's what they call organic, organic subs that I got. These were people that were actually interested.
And that's the best way to do it. Like when you flood someone with it, a lot of people will unsubscribe and then it hurts them in the end.
Yeah.
And I don't want to do that either, so.
Right. And that's it, is that's not, our kind of folks, that's not what we're here for, is to cause drama or to put ripples in the water. We love to tear into each other once we become friends, but
being like a necessarily smaller channel.
Hey, Catfish Terry.
This community, they are decent sized channels, really.
Yeah.
The thousands, that is a lot. But
Yeah.
Compared to how many have come into my channel and stuff, it just changes completely.
Yeah.
And
well, you're lucky. You keep your everything G-rated and you do everything really good. So you just went through this whole thing around Christmas time where YouTube was sharing this shit out of you, out of your 70 subscriber. They were killing. Every time I logged on, you were part of what was going on. I'm thinking, I've seen this thing like 20 times.
Oh,
all right. So why are you giving this? YouTube has a love fest for your 70 subscriber thing. And you just keep picking stuff up from it.
I'm pretty sure in 40 days I got 100,000 subs. Within 40. Because I hit 5 and I was getting ready to do a special for it, and then it just, I was like,
kept climbing.
Because now I can tell it, when it's recommended, you go on, it's like, oh, okay.
Oh yeah, Christmas time, dude. They were just sharing the shit out of your channel.
Yeah, I did pretty good.
Okay, Bradley asked a question here, and instead of me answering it, I was just going to show this quick so he knows what the new show is. There you go, Bradley. Starting tomorrow night.
As soon as I see him put the first comment, I was like, Sty, any second now. It's killing him not to do the intro.
Well, instead of trying to explain again, I've had people ask over the last week or so in my streams, what's it about? What's it about? And I try to explain it. Well, it's easy. I'll just show you that new show intro and see you at the new show, right?
I'm going to check for Canoe Hound real quick. My phone won't charge.
Sam will be back if we're still running when she gets done with what she's doing.
Sty, I got to get to bed.
You do?
I do. I got a long day tomorrow.
Should never say I do.
Yeah. So
once in your life's enough.
Well, hopefully Nicholas can help you out in keeping everybody in the chat. Maybe have some eye candy and Sam will come back. Maybe even Dennis will come back.
What? I'm not.
eye
Eye
candy.
candy?
The marshmallow.
Exactly, right? There you
The
go.
marshmallow
come on.
man. They got
There's
the
a reason. There's a
marshmallow
reason
man
I don't do
eyes.
that. There, Nicholas.
Uh,
So,
Canoe
Yeah.
Hound, it's at 17,566,000.
so
That's oh my god. And I'm just thrilled that my red camp stove keeps getting views and it's over 3,000
Your chaga
views
videos
now.
keep getting recommended to me.
Oh yeah.
It's
My-
always your chaga. You should be the chaga man.
I wish that I'm gonna have to get out there, try to get out there one day this week and see if I can get access. But people love shaga. I mean,
Yeah.
the harvesting shaga, always it's just a steady view stream on that, and it's
Yeah, and you're there like this.
44,000 views now, I think. Yeah. So,
all right, guys, have a good night.
you
Get
too.
out of here, Phil.
Keep it.
Get
Shut
out
up,
of
Nicholas.
here. Get out of here. And I'll be talking to you about maybe we'll put you on next Friday.
All right, I'll
Yeah.
be here.
Yeah.
Thanks, guys. Bye.
Yeah. That would work good for Phil on a Friday because he doesn't
glad
work. So he can come on. He can come on for my hour show and he can do a live dovetail it right at the tail end of my show. And
You think Phil being in this library, like he learns some more, but
well, you gotta actually take one of those books and
yeah,
read
he's
it.
got to take one. I
Yeah,
don't know.
yeah.
Like I said, I have that bag of chaga that I got off of that naturalist lady.
Yeah,
Flowers
yeah.
are here. So, well, what
Yeah.
I've been waiting for was I was gonna, a little bit of a colder night than what I usually do. Maybe like where it's in the negatives.
Uh-huh.
So I can burn the wood stove super hot, and I'll just have a sealed pot simmering on like the end of the stove. Just leave it there for a
Right.
couple hours or overnight maybe.
You don't have to, you bring it to a boil, then you want it to go to a simmer.
Yeah.
And then check it every 45 minutes or so and add water as needed because a lot of it will come off with steam. But the longer you cook it, the darker it gets. So I always tell people, I run mine for 4 hours because I want it strong. But 2 hours is plenty.
Oh,
Yeah.
okay. Yeah, 'cause that lady, she said there was a way she did it. She did it overnight as she slept. She did it.
Uh-huh.
I don't know if it was maybe.
I've done some overnight, yeah, on the wood
Is it
stove.
Does it? I mean, does it just hit a certain point and then it doesn't really change that much, if any?
Nah, it gets darker and darker and darker.
Oh, so it just gets really strong then.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't want that. 4 hours then I'll do. I'll do 4.
Yeah, I would do 2 to 4 hours.
And do you
Look
add
at it.
anything? Like
I like my shaga with some honey and a little bit of creamer. Yeah.
Yeah, it's it's broken into little
Little
pieces
chunks.
like that.
Yeah.
Like how many of them should I put in the T-ball I have?
Oh, and a T-ball?
Well, it's a real open one. It's just so I could pull the chunks out whenever. It's
Um,
got real nice mesh.
The size you're talking, I'd say 4 or 5 chunks in a coffee, standard size camp coffee pot, or even if it's a medium size kettle.
Like for one
well.
of those little camp mugs with the folded out arms. What do you think of that? Maybe 2 or something? 2 or 3?
What size?
Like one of the camp mugs I have. It's got the folding
Oh,
handles.
those mugs. Yeah, I would.
Yeah.
I'd use maybe 2 in one of those. And the thing is after you make the tea, keep those chunks. You can set them near your heat source or whatever and let them dry out. And you can make tea again. You can make tea anywhere from 4 to 6 times with those chunks.
So when you just do it for hours and hours, it gets stronger, and then it just takes out more and more and more.
You're really not. Where it gets strong is you start boiling off a lot of the water.
Mm.
And I've made it where I've let it simmer all day, 6-8 hours, come back to the shack. I'd run it through a strainer into a thermos, and then I'd drink it out of the thermos. But and then those pieces, I'd make the same shaga tea 4 days in a row with it.
Really?
Just use those chunks every day for 4 days, and it come out the fourth day just as black as it did the first day. It just might have taken me a little longer to cook it to get it to that point. Yeah.
Mm.
You
Yeah, I made
shaga in your
so far I've made that
oatmeal
chamomile,
every
and
day
I've made
instead of
chai,
plain
and
boiled water. Oh, there you go. There you
actually,
go.
what I'll
Use.
probably do. Oh, go ahead.
No, I was just going to say, Dennis, is that's a good idea. You know, you're going to eat the oatmeal anyway, and you want your shaga, the nutrition from the shaga. So if your oatmeal calls for a cup of water, use a cup of shaga tea
It's like
instead of
mixing your
water.
medicine in the pudding.
Yeah, there you go. Yeah, the kid won't take his medicine. Mix it with that pudding. You
What
won't
I
know.
have is one of those formed candy honey
Good night,
spoons,
Bradley.
and it has the bee pollen on it. So you stir what it is you're drinking with that. I'll probably use that with that because
Yeah.
it's like a
You
solid
know,
honey kind of thing.
I tell people, prepare it like you would a favorite tea or your coffee, just whatever way you want to consume it.
Because the
Yeah,
chamomile and the chai, I
oatmeal,
did it straight.
yeah, oatmeal, blueberries, honey, and shaga. That's a good mix. That's a good mix. You know, there's times I just drink straight shaga. I don't put any sweetener in it. I don't add anything to make it sweet. I don't put any creamer in it because some pieces of shaga, it all depends on the flavors that particular piece is putting on. All of them are generally the same, flavor. But some of them have a really strong vanilla kind of flavor to them.
Hmm.
And when I find a piece that's got that nice strong vanilla flavor,
Was it pull that birch out real strong or?
you know, people got to keep in mind, shaga has some natural sweetener in it because it's drawing all of its nutrients off of the birch. And actually, the birch and the shaga share nutrients back and forth.
Mm.
But the shaga gets the greatest benefit from the birch, taking it from the birch. And you can tap a birch and make birch syrup out of it. It's just like maple syrup, except it's made with birch sap. And the problem is it takes a lot more birch sap to render it down to syrup than it does pine. Yeah, let's have pine syrup. Maple syrup. But so it's drawing the sugars out of the saps of that birch also. So that's why shaga typically has a very pleasant flavor to it because it's got a natural sweetening to it. And like I said, a lot of it's earthy tasting with like a hint of vanilla, like you added vanilla to it. And
because I know birch, it gives you like in the back of your throat that like vanilla like tang kind of thing. Now that I think of it.
Yeah. And that's the nice thing with shaga too, is it's just like birch is nature's aspirin. I mean, you got a toothache or a sore in your mouth, go break off a little green piece of birch branch and just chew on it. Chew the bark, just chew on it. And it has the exact same effect as aspirin.
Or if you need to pull your tooth, you can do the trick you said with boiling the pine syrup. Pack it in there, let it dry.
The
Well, what do you think? Like, should I? Because I've been trying like all the natural ones,
good
like
night,
straight.
Kathy.
Should I try it with creamer and sugar when I first do it, or should I try it straight?
I what I do is pour yourself a cup and take a sip, see what it tastes like, and just follow your own instincts. No, I'd like to have that sweet, so add a little sweetener to it. Maybe taste it again and say, I'd like it mellowed down a little, add a little creamer to it. Then you've tried it all different ways with the very first cup, and you can determine, my preference is just with honey in it, or my preference is with creamer in it, just a little sweetener, to each their own kind of thing. Yeah, white birch are the wonder tree, and the big fella upstairs made it so easy to identify.
The one tree I
Oh
don't
yeah,
misidentify.
that's it. If
Because
a
morel, like
person,
for morel mushrooms, looking for them, you gotta
yeah,
know the
that's
those.
like up here, the best morale hunting you can get is if you can find a good old growth forest that's got elms in it,
Yeah,
and they love to grow at the base of elms.
the dead
And
elms. That's how it
and
is here. There's the tulip poplars and the dead elms.
yeah,
And the dead elms, it doesn't matter where you're at. And I know they say like, the mushrooms can take in toxins from the main road. This was right off the main road in a town,
hmm,
and the moisture was really good in there. And there was just one big old elm tree that had bark coming off.
yep,
There was just black morels everywhere.
that's
And they said, the best thing, don't look for mushrooms, look for trees, and then look for mushrooms.
well, that's it. Is if you're it's no different than it is with wild game either. If you're hunting something, a
Look for
lot
the
of people
habitat.
make the mistake of going out and looking for that something they're hunting instead of looking for the habitat that something likes to live in. So learn its habitat. Now, morel mushrooms love elms. So if you can find a forest stand that's got a lot of old elms in it and some dead ones, go in there. Go in there because that's where the morels want to be. So you'll find the morels looking for their home.
Yeah.
Just like deer, you look for these.
Thicket and pines
Yeah,
and
yeah. That you look for their habitat, and that's where they'll be. Yeah, you don't
like
look.
the way I look for mushrooms is like if it's in the summer, I'll walk through the woods, and if I kind of feel like I'm getting a little bit lower or on a kind of a slope, and I feel
Mhm.
like a lot of moisture, I start looking
Yeah,
because that's where all those decomposing stumps are. And then like
yep,
in spring and stuff when I'm walking and I start feeling a little bit of loft to the ground, and then I see the mayapple plants, then I start looking in that area.
sure.
But you can find a patch of woods, you won't find anything in it.
Right,
You gotta.
right. I know up here, a lot of the best morel hunting, if you're actually intentionally hunting morels, you look for these inactive creek beds where it's a creek bed. You can see the stone,
They
that,
said east
and
facing slopes.
and
They said.
the and we look for those creek beds and the moss. You'll
Mm.
see all those stones on those old creek beds moss covered. That means the ground is packed full of moisture. You hunt on the east slopes of that creek where that creek's running, and if there's elms on it, you're probably going to find yourself somewhere else because of the high moisture content in the ground. It's well canopied. There's plenty
Yeah.
of trees. Morels don't like direct sunlight, you know, and yeah, yeah,
And if you find a tree that's just starting to break down, for years you'll be able to hunt that spot. They said
yeah,
some years, they'll just disappear. They won't even come up. And then some, you get a ton. And as long as you though, like, because last year is the first time I started doing it.
uh huh.
Now
I know.
I have at least one spot I know I'll more than likely find some. So
Uh-huh.
I know I'll hopefully find some, and then this year maybe I'll find a couple more. So in the coming years I'll have
Right, that you can rotate different
Yeah.
spots. And I know a gal over in the UP up here in Michigan that she's got a spot. I've watched her go in there and literally come out with 3 to 4
Yeah.
1-gallon ice cream pails full. And then the following year, she'll go in there and bring out half a pail. And she'll say, yep, this year it's like a layover year. And she'd say, you wait till next year. And sure enough, the next year she's back at that old spot, comes out with tons of them, because it's like they go through a rotation. And she's got the same system. She's got like a dozen different spots that she falls back on when one spot isn't producing, because just because one spot's not producing doesn't mean it's a bad year. It just means that's a year that spot is inactive.
Like if the humidity is bad and the heat, and they're not going to come up late spring. They're not going to do it because they just, it's almost like they know that they're not going to have enough time.
The conditions have to be right.
Well, yeah, I mean, it seems like they grow super fast when they're up, but that's what you can see. Like underground,
right.
They're microscopic when they start.
Yeah.
I seen a video this guy found like right off a railroad track. Morels like this big.
Yeah.
Massive.
Yeah.
They're so good. They taste like steak.
Yeah.
I dried some, actually. Well, they don't dry good because they're just so full of moisture.
Soft. Yeah, they're so soft.
So this year, whenever I get them, now I know that they're good. I'll pick whatever I find and then cook them then.
Yep.
So.
Yeah. Now, I do know some people that have, it's usually the same day they're picking. They'll go out and intentionally pick because they're canning certain things, like soups or stews or things that they want morels in.
Imagine canning pierogies with bacon and those in there.
No, I'm not gonna.
Imagine it.
Don't try to hurt me. Hey, Guani, thanks for being here. Have a good night.
I'm gonna do a whole canning series this summer since I'm gonna be camping on the road and stuff a lot. I'll have just canned food that I made in other videos.
Right now everything looks so good that it's one of those things where, don't say nothing, everything's going so good, you'll jinx it. But this summer at that camp, I'm trying hard not to get my hopes up that it's going to go just the way I expect it to go, because it's going to be a blast. The worst part for me is I'm hoping with the weather we had all winter, I got a feeling it's going to be kind of a rough spring. I think we're going to have a lot of rain, and it's going to be a rough spring.
You got to get a generator.
It's all right. It's all right, because even after doing this, if I want to go on the road and travel, that Jenny fits in the back of my truck just easy. So I have a generator even if I'm out boondocking somewhere, and I'll have Starlink, and I can update my account to my new zip code. So if I go boondocking somewhere, I update my account, and I've got full internet access out in the middle of the boonies, and I got power if I need it. My biggest concern right now is, because I can't work on it right now, there's just no way. Running Water, for one thing, has his car parked right next to my damn trailer, and it's snowed in there. It's just nothing's been moved over there, and I can only get the door open just wide enough for me to get in the trailer. Just get in. I got to build the studio in the nose of that trailer, and so I'm hoping this spring that in April, I don't care if it's rainy or not, but I'm hoping in April I'll be able to get over there, move the trailer so that it's nice and accessible to get in it, and build that studio before I ever head down to camp. I'd rather have it built and ready to go before I leave
Yeah.
than have to build
And
it at camp.
you can do touch-ups when you're there. I mean, you're there.
Yeah,
You got
yeah,
free. You do little things, but you
yeah.
don't want
And
to
the
have
nice
a
thing
whole
is
saw out there and.
that the thing is I can run any power tool I want with that Jenny. There's, it doesn't. It's not that I can't build there. It's just that I'd rather get there and not have to think about building.
Are you gonna
But
have
like
it?
you said, touch up stuff. Trim
Yeah.
and things like that.
Are you gonna have it like a power converter with batteries, or like for nighttime, or?
Yeah, yeah, yeah. I got
And your CPAP, you can just hook it right to that too. If you have like a
right now my battery bank at full charge. My battery bank, I can stay out 21 days
wow.
and run my CPAP and my laptop every night. So, yeah, I'm good for
And that's without
over 2
charging.
weeks. And that's without charging. At the end of 21 days, then my batteries are done. I have to top them off. But now at camp this summer, it'll be nice because I can fire that Jenny up anytime I want, except after 10 o'clock at night. From 10 until 6 a.m., you can't run a Jenny in the
Sty the
campground.
party animal.
Yeah, right. But during the day, I can fire the Jenny up, top the batteries off, and do some other work, electrical related stuff, and my batteries will always be topped off, and I use my batteries at night to run the CPAP. But like I said, even if I never ran the generators, I can go 21 days.
Wow.
So
What all if it all works out good this spring, like as far as plans would go, I'm not gonna set anything for a couple days before. I mean, because you're there,
Yeah.
it's not like anything's gonna change for you.
Right.
So just
And
we'll
that-
figure out the weather pattern, and then since
Right.
it's close,
And that's-
set it with that.
and that's
And
it.
I have a screened, pretty much. I don't know if you've seen my last couple of videos, the hot tin I used. You know if you've seen that one.
Yep.
That has the one side panel folds up, and it's a roof, and then there's a screen that drops down. And
Oh,
that's like
so
a
that you got a closed in
it's
canopy.
a closed-in canopy that goes outside
Yeah.
to cook. So what I'll do is I'll have my canvas tent to sleep in, and that could be my studio / place to go cook. Because I'm sure the mosquitoes are going to be pretty bad.
Yeah. It again, they're the worst in June, and for the better part of July, they can be really bad.
And then it's hot too. It's
July
uncomfortable.
July is when you get all of the deer flies,
Oh, yeah.
and they hurt like a son of a bitch. them
The
damn
horse
things.
flies here.
Yeah. But August and September are nice months. I mean, the weather's usually pretty good, and the temperatures aren't deadly, and it seems like the bugs start getting less and less. Up here last year, August and September and October, I didn't see a single tick.
Really?
Didn't see it for all 3 of those months. I saw a few in July, not many, just maybe a half a dozen the whole month. June, there was quite a few ticks in June, but not where it was just like I ain't going out there, and the thing is that works for me. You'll be able to email me and say, or messenger me and say,
Yeah.
hey, Sty, I'm packing up the truck. I'll be up there in 2 days. And it won't matter. It won't matter. Because, like you said, I'm going to be there. The only thing is there will be times throughout the month that on either a Tuesday or a Wednesday, a couple times a month, I'll be coming back here to the apartment and spending one full night because
Yeah.
my lease obligations with the landlord here. I got to be present once in a while. And I would just let you know what my plans are so that you would know if I was going to be gone on a specific day, that,
Because
adjust, come a day sooner or come a day after, kind of thing.
like I'd probably come up for like maybe like 4 or 5 days, not too long, because
Yeah.
there's a lot of stuff here I gotta do. But you know,
Hmm.
and Tom and the pets, I don't
Right,
like leaving
right.
mom too long.
Yeah,
So
right. The, if you come up there for 4 or 5 days, we got a bunch of waterfalls to go explore and other things to do. Yeah, yeah, you get a lot in 4 or 5 days. You betcha. I also have
and there's
cool
also I'd take a few days on the way back down, coming back to my
exploring.
house. Yeah.
Yeah, exploring on the way back. Oh, of course, of course. The also Cool Quest, you know them, Johnny and Colleen.
Yeah.
They're coming up, and they're going to spend a while with me at camp. So if they're already there and you show up, it won't matter. We will be able to, uh, you know, we'll accommodate everybody.
And
We'll
it's
figure.
nice you can set it up before I get there, because it is
Yeah,
nerve wracking. Like, you pay
that's
for the game commission online to go to the campground, and it's like the whole time you're going there, it's like, did I do it right? Am I gonna get in? Is there
it.
a
Yeah,
spot?
is it?
Is the
Did,
paper there?
did
And you
I?
get there and it's there. It's like, oh,
You find? Yeah, the well, and that's one thing with Forest Service campgrounds. You make a reservation online, lock it in, and you show up, and there's somebody in your site, and it's like, what the hell are they doing there? Well, then you got to go find. Fortunately, at my campground, there's a host. There'll be a host. You go find the host and say, "I'm so and so, and I have a reservation." I'll be able to pull that right up on the computer and go, "There it is. There's your reservation." I go to that site, ask them people, "What are you doing here?" "Well, we got a reservation." Pull it up, look. Okay, Forest Service recreation.gov double booked my site. Damn it. So the person that showed up second has just as much right to the site as the first person. What I do then is I say, okay, here's what we're going to do. I've got these 3 sites that can't be reserved. They're first come, first serve. You can have any one of those, and I'm going to give you 3 coupons that are good in the National Forest for free camping. Yeah. In other words, you're not going to pay for your stay. You're still going to get the stay, and you're going to get a campsite. You didn't get the one you wanted, so we're not going to charge you. We're going to just let you have a nice vacation at our expense instead of yours. And that's why I was even interested in doing this. Is that it's a make people happy kind of position. And hey, Canoe Hound, you have a good night there, buddy. I think it's going to be fun. It'll be a blast. Get to meet a lot of people, and now that's one thing there at that campsite. You don't want to be there over the 4th of July. I guarantee it. It's insane.
I'd like to come early. I'd like to come like right around when you get there, a little bit after, like a week after or 2.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
I don't like it when it's hot. It's uncomfortable. I'd rather get wet and
It'd be cool.
yeah.
Well, and don't have to worry about getting wet because I'll have my screen house up. Just sit and hang out in the screen house. That's
And my
waterproof.
stuff, like, I know
And
half my gear's
and
bulletproof stuff. Like,
yeah, and then I'm going to have a overhang canopy affair off of the trailer. I'm batting it around. I'm looking at one of these event canopies that I might set up against my trailer, so it's a nice big area that's covered. So there'll be all kinds of covered spots. Well, that's like I tell everybody, I'm going to have 2 hammocks set up. So if anybody stops and wants to just BS and all of a sudden it's getting dark and they say, God, I should have brought gear and spent the night. There's hammocks. Yeah, you want to spend the night
And for
in a hammock?
wood, like the wood, is that just?
Oh, I
Didn't you
get my.
say?
Yeah, I can go out to the Forest Service, cut all the wood I want, or I'll probably be buying my wood because the amount of wood I get for $20 lasts 8 days, and it's all oak. It's all very nice aged oak. So I'll probably be just buying most of my wood, but
You have the
I
ability to just go out.
I already told my supervisor, and he added it on the list. I said, you covered everything. All the bases are covered, but I want a chainsaw. Oh, well, we'll have our trail guys come and cut things out of the way. So I said, no. I want a chainsaw. If I have a tree come down in the campground, I want to be able to buck it up. If I have a dead tree close by that comes down in the woods, I want to be able to make firewood out of this bitch with your saw. He goes, good idea. Good idea. Okay, he says, saws on the list. We'll issue you a saw.
And they don't gotta pay people to. Well, they'll probably
Well,
still
see,
have someone do the trail.
well, if it's trail, then trail maintenance takes care of it, to make sure the trail stays open.
Yeah, but like when they're not
But-
free and there's something in the campground, you just.
Right. Inside the campground, the host really should take care of that stuff. And the thing is all of that wood, you buck it up and you just leave it lay. The campers can use it. They'll cut it up and make firewood out of it. That's
Yeah,
the
'cause
whole
you can't-
forest.
You're not allowed to bring it out of state or anything because the lantern flies.
Right. Well, here it's the emerald ash borer.
Mm.
The
Yeah, those lantern flies are bad here. I know in other states, but like,
yeah.
they
that-
get on the wood and then you bring it in. And,
That's it with the emerald ash borer here. You have to buy that wood within the county,
yeah.
or you got to buy it from a big box store, and it has to be certified bug-free wood.
And it's nice around here. I'm not sure. I'm sure they do it at some around you, but like what the trail maintenance does, they go on and take that wood out. They take that, put it in the box, and sell it for $5 a bundle at the campground.
They don't. Nobody's allowed to sell wood within
really?
the National Forest campground without a vendor's permit.
Well, it's the
And-
Forest Service themselves that have the
Well,
thing
see,
at the camp.
the National Forest Service here, they don't do anything to provide any source of firewood
Really?
other than it gets knocked on the ground. You can cut it up and make firewood out of it,
Wow.
but they're not going to. They don't have the staff. There's no way they could ever.
And up there, like you said, it's probably it's busy at certain times, and it's just not worth
Yep.
having a full
No,
team to run.
and that's it. It's not like when they do the trail maintenance and that's just to make the trail usable, to be passable, to hike. Some of these trails, you'd be packing firewood out 4 miles. Ain't worth it. Ain't worth it. You'd have to sell that shit for $20 a bundle to make it worth carrying out. Because there's no way to do it by machine, because these trails aren't designed for an ATV or anything to get down them. Firewood's not a big issue up here.
Yeah, well, up there, here it's everything's already in the campsites. There's nothing. Like people have scavenged it for years, and you could tell it's all. And
It's surprising. It's always surprised me that almost all the campgrounds up here, it doesn't matter driving a car or truck. You leave the campground, drive maybe a quarter of a mile or so, and you're looking in the woods and you're going, look at all the firewood. And you can just drive out of the campground. There you are, National Forest land, and there's deadwood everywhere. You jump out of your car, buck it all up, throw it in the trunk, and drive back into your campsite, dump it out. And heck, when I stay up at Birch Grove, I've gotten in the spots where I cut so damn much wood hauled so much wood into my campsite that when I left at the end of a 1 or 2 week stay, there's 3 weeks worth of firewood laying there for having a 6-hour campfire every night. And I had a big, huge pile of firewood sitting in my campsite. The
Yeah, that's like here. It said
the forest rangers love it. They said, "Oh, those campers, they show up and they think we did it." You know, I go, "Yeah, you fuckers, take the credit, take the credit." But I just leave it for the next camper.
It's a bad campsite, but there's some good wood here that they left us.
Yeah, right.
All right, I gotta grab a drink real quick. I can hear you though.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
Second note, I can't hear you for a second.
The yeah, it's great that all you folks hanging out. Yeah, it was 15 folks here in the house. We're gonna run this thing out till the 4-hour mark. That'll be 11 p.m. Central Time. We got another over 15 minutes yet to go. Unless something really dramatic happens, like all of a sudden the house fills up, we could push it for maybe an hour beyond that. But the house would have to fill up to do that. This old man's got to eat sometimes. He does have to sleep. I hate sleeping. I really do. I really hate calling it a day. Last night was terrible. I was up doing some paperwork and planning for this summer's camping, and before I knew it, it was 3:30 in the morning, and which would have been okay, except I had told somebody that I'd meet up with them at 8 o'clock this morning, so I had to shake it out by 7 o'clock, and that only gave me about 3.5 hours in the wreck. And but I don't like giving up time. I don't like giving up time. There's things I want to do. Yeah, I try every day to put a little bit of time into that new instrument of mine, and I'm hoping that by the time I'm good and settled into camp, I'll be able to play that thing at least enough where folks can hear it, you know. It looks like all of our chatters over in the chat pretty well called it a night. I notice it's been real quiet over in the chat, which is all right. If folks are just listening in and relaxing, that's cool. I'm good with that. I hope you all enjoy the new live stream series, the Sty Time show. Chowser. My fat ass is still here listening. Yeah, I'm talking about, yes, I need sleep. I'm sitting here just pounding down the coffee. You know, that's the way it is. That is one thing I did learn out at camp last summer is I can push it to about 11 o'clock at night, and then I'm done. I'm out of wind. I gotta crash. And then I shake it out, usually right around sunup, about 6 o'clock in the morning. But one thing I found out at camp, that is, if I stay up past midnight, oh no, I'll sleep anywhere from 8 to 11 hours, for crying out loud. I'll get up 9, 10 o'clock in the damn morning. And out at camp, I thank goodness that most of my responsibilities at camp doesn't require that I'm open for business at 6 a.m. But by
People
8
beating on your
o'clock,
door.
by 8 o'clock in the morning, you got to be ready for them to be knocking on the door. Yeah. It's all that fresh air, Ryan. Yeah, you're right. You're right. I get that fresh air, man. Oh God, I can sleep.
How's the humidity up there in the summer?
The last couple of years, it's been really good.
Because you said it's on a lake, right? It's by a lake.
Yep, it's on East Twin Lake, and it's a 110-acre lake. And
I'll type it in just to have it.
yep,
East Twin. Yeah.
And there's actually a couple of East Twins in Wisconsin, but it's in Ashland County. Then you know you got the right one. Or you can go to the Forest Service site and you go to make reservations, I think it is, and you go to it's called reservations.gov, I think, and you pick the Chequamegon Forest and just search for East Twin Campground, East Twin Lake Campground, and put you right onto the campground. Shows you a few pictures of some of the sites. And if I'm at camp myself, I'm in bed by 9:30, 10 o'clock. Yeah, me too, Chuck. Me too. I get my fire going just before the sun sets. You know, if I didn't use the fire for dinner, I'll get my fire fired up about 45 minutes or so before the sun's going to set. And in the summer, it sets around 9 o'clock. And I
go to bed late.
I sit around the fire, and that fire's down because I don't keep adding wood to it. I'll let that fire go down, and it'll be down by 10 o'clock, and I'm right to the bunk. Head right for my bunk, and then I saw logs. You know, I like a good night's sleep out of camp. My best sleep out of camp is when it's storming. I love thunderstorms while I'm camping. If it's raining and I can hear all that rain hitting the trailer and everything in camp, and the thunder's going and the lightning's flashing, I sleep like a log. Oh, I love it.
See, I get
what I don't like is
tornadoes.
when the old trailer starts a rocking, then I wake up. But you don't have to worry about tornadoes where we're at here. Straight line windstorms can be nasty up here. But this campground, I asked them, I said, historically, has this campground ever had what we consider a wipeout storm where it just, like, Birch Grove got completely wiped out? I mean, where they had to shut it down for 4 years just to reestablish a campground there. It just wiped it out. It looked like Hiroshima. I mean, it was terrible.
But so it hits and it just...
Yeah, and they said that East Twin Lake, where the campground's located, the campground is on pretty much on the southwest side of the lake. And they said when the storms come across, it's the other side of the lake that gets hit. It's not that side. And they said historically they've never had storm damage to any degree to speak of in that campground. And that campground's been there since the 1940s. So, what kind of
I think I found the right one. Just 5 miles north of Clam Lake.
Yep.
Yeah. It says there's viewing wildlife, viewing plants. There's Morgan Falls and St. Peter's Dome.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Well, I got the thing pulled up
Because
it's different. Like I'm used to Pennsylvania has like a huge setup for their game lands and camping. So
yeah.
I finally found this one.
Yeah, that's and that's it is the
different.
Pennsylvania Department of Natural Resources runs your campgrounds and stuff there, right?
Yeah. Yep.
Yeah. See here, this is national forest. It's not. The state
okay.
doesn't have anything involved in it at all. The
Yeah,
Ryan
it's-
asked a question.
I'll check.
Oh, let's see if I can show it to you there, Ryan, quick.
Oh, you
It's
can
a
go full
dulcimer.
screen.
It's a dulcimer. It's a 4-stringed instrument. And I am just learning. I'm just learning. I used to play it back in the 70s. And as you can imagine, the 70s is quite a while ago. And
Yeah, for here it's Department of Natural Resource. For
yeah. Yeah. And then I got a wild bug one day, Ryan, and I decided I need to buy a dulcimer, replace the one I had back in the 70s. I had busted my left hand, my fingers. 3 of my fingers got pretty well busted, all the pieces, and a couple of bones in my hand. And after that happened, it took years for me to get dexterity back in my left hand. I just couldn't. I just couldn't get myself to play anymore. So I gave it up. I played the banjo and I was really green on the banjo. I'd only been playing it for 2 years. I had been playing the dulcimer for about 5 years, and I got rid of both instruments and just never played anything ever again. So a little over a year ago, I got a wild hair, and I said, I want to get a dulcimer because you play it, in a sense, you play it with a slide. And I told folks, yeah, I think I want to get a dulcimer. Well, my son went out, and you can buy those. You can buy all the materials to build your own, to make your own. And he made me that dulcimer, and it's awesome. It's beautiful. It's a beautiful instrument. And so I'm just learning to play it, Hey, Quebec Homestead, awesome that you're here hanging out. And Grace Martin, hey.
Would do you think it's possible, like a rare chance I'd be able to see a wolf I could photograph? Like a rare chance of going somewhere?
Yeah, the possibility is there. There's some places we could go that.
Because it said there's the certain packs that kind of rotate.
Right. And there's some places we can go and just set up and try to spot so that you can get a good look at a timber wolf, and also a good chance to see an elk, because we have an elk herd right there in Clam Lake roaming the woods. I mean, yeah, there's places where 55-mile-an-hour zone, and then all of a sudden you see a big sign that says 45 miles an hour elk crossing.
And they're not protecting the elk, they're protecting you.
Yeah. Some of the elk are, yeah, you don't want to be hitting them with a rake. Yeah. And I've seen elk crossing just south of Clam Lake, seen them quite a bit. Seen them up around East Twin. Folks have, I haven't, but I didn't hang out around East Twin a lot. You know, I used to camp there occasionally, but it's been years since I camped there. Now I'm going to camp there for a third of a year. but yeah, there's some good wildlife opportunities. And
bears, you guys just have black bears like here.
Yeah. Just black bear. And there's a fair chance of seeing one.
We have a lot here.
The bears here have learned pretty good to stay the hell out of camps.
A lot of them here, they just kind of walk up and just chill, then they leave.
See, the bears here, they run bear with dogs up here. And if there's anybody with a dog in camp starts barking, bears are gone. They don't want nothing to do with it.
That's what they do with the mountain lions too, right?
Out
they
west,
chase them up in the mountains.
out west, they run them with dogs. Yeah, buddy of mine, That was his. That was
You could
his
have a little wiener
career.
dog after a coonhound chases one.
That's uh, the yeah. Speedy out west. He hunted mountain lion with mutts that he got from the Humane Society. All different sized dogs. You look at them and you go, it looks like a bunch of dogs from the Humane Society. He goes, well, they are. And I said, and you're hunting mountain lion with them? He goes, dogs hate cats. He says, I don't care what kind of dog you got. Most dogs hate cats. And he says, and cats don't like dogs. They're scared of them. So they run and they try to get up high. He says, so my dogs chase mountain lions up trees.
They
The
get
mountain
paid good money
lions.
for that. Don't the cattle herders? They call them and then
Oh no,
bring 'em.
his is all commercial hunting. He had two guys from Germany showed up, wanted to hunt a mountain lion in Montana. He charged each one of those guys $4,000,
Wow.
and they went home with one lion, but they were thrilled. They said $8,000 for a week-long mountain lion hunt, and they got themselves a nice big trophy tomcat, and they were just happy as could be.
It is nice the spots that they're like protected and stuff. They let the dogs run and
Right.
Because a lot of people they like the mountain lions, but they just need chased out.
Yeah. We never had any problems with mountain lions out there in Montana. Once in a while you run into one if you're in the backcountry. Mountain lions are actually very difficult to spot.
And they're stealthy too, aren't they?
They're so stealthy.
They can be like 50 foot in a tree.
Or they can be 5 feet off the trail,
Yeah.
laying there watching you walk by, and you don't even know they're there. And they don't want nothing to do with people.
No.
So we never had, the only trouble we ever had out in Montana, I got a Sty story coming up on that one. But it's these guys that they'll get a mountain lion cub or two, and they'll raise them domestically, right? And then they find out how hard it is to keep one fed. And because you can't get a permit to go out there shoot game to feed your mountain lion. You can get a permit to go out there and collect all the roadkill you want to feed them, but you can't go out there hunting to feed them. Well, when you've got 6 or 8 guys in one county raising mountain lions or bears, a lot of them have black bears or grizzlies that they've got caged up on their property and they're raising them domestically. They got to feed them. So they're all out there trying to get all the roadkill they can, And some of these guys, they just can't keep up, and their lions are starving, so they release them. Well, that lion grew up in that cage. It started as a cub there. It doesn't know anything about the expectations to live out there. They don't know how to survive in the wild. They've been fed their whole lives. They never had to feed themselves. And we've had some that would stalk people. And it's because they were domestic lions. They weren't wild lions. And that's gotta find fresh cheese curds. Yeah.
Sty, don't get me started. I drove to a lake village yesterday, and I bought taco cheese curds.
Oh yeah.
It's like a taco seasoning on them.
Ellsworth cheese curd. Well, Ellsworth Dairy. They make all different types of cheeses, but you go down there and you can get ranch, you can get garlic, you can get the chili cheese curds, you can get jalapeno curds. What was the other? There's a 5th one. Doggone it. Something chive. And
they had horseradish before here, and
oh yeah,
I like I just like plain ones, and they made like provolone. Obviously, it's not made like a cheese curd, but they're really good.
And here we can get, you can get the white or the
and they just
orange
break.
curd.
They just break apart. And actually, I don't like goat cheese, but goat cheese curds. Oh my gosh.
Yeah. Goat is real rich. It's really rich.
I can't stand the milk, but whenever there's like some cheese that's not
Yep.
real strong from a billy goat or well,
Yeah.
obviously not from billy goat, but
Yeah,
like from
right.
the ones that smell real bad.
Yeah. Well, and that's
It's
it. Is
good.
it depends on what farm you're getting the goat milk from.
Yeah.
If it's good clean operation, you don't get any stinky goat milk. but yeah, goat cheese is awesome. The
These are really
the
salty
way,
though, the ones I got, because it's salty in the first place, and then the taco seasoning. I mean, that's mixed with salt, and
yeah.
then it just gets
The-
really salty.
See, I like the ranch ones from Ellsworth because it's just you could just barely taste the ranch. You can tell it's there. You can barely taste it, and they're not salty.
Mhm.
They're not packed full of salt.
At the Amish store by me, they have it's mixed. It's white and then American cheddar
Uh-huh.
in a bag, and those aren't salty at all. But
Yeah.
these ones, it sucks because they break apart so easy.
Yeah. I like to take when I'm making a frozen pizza and crumble up a bunch of cheese curds on
Yeah, because
top of
they
it.
don't like to melt. They just kind
They-
of droop
they-
a bit.
And another way I eat them, I put them in a glass bowl, I stick them in the microwave for about 30 seconds, and they melt in the bowl. But if you stick them with a fork and pull them out, they're stringy, but they pop apart easier than like mozzarella. And oh my God, they're so good. It's like the buttery part of them comes out, the oils, and they're just so rich. And oh, they taste awesome.
They're really good.
Hi,
with,
Lizzie Ann.
They're good with like pepperoni chips. I don't know if you've ever
Oh,
made
yeah.
them. Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Make them
Oh,
and
yeah.
then put those on it. And
Yeah.
actually, that's the best thing we found to do when making pizza. Make the pepperoni chips and then put those on the pizza before you bake it.
Uh-huh. Yeah. And less oil that way, too, from the
Yeah, because
pepperoni.
I really don't like pizza that much, but that way it's good.
Yeah. For me, a pizza's got to be all loaded up.
And I don't like sauce. I hate sauce. I wish that.
Oh, really?
I wish it could be made without sauce. I
The
really do.
Huh. Yeah. I like my sauce.
I honestly, I could live without pizza. I could.
Yeah, I can too.
Yeah.
Too. That's, it's not. I don't feel that I gotta have pizza. No.
Yeah. No, I get sick of it. It's
If I have pizza once in a while, I'm happy. If I gotta eat pizza too often, then I just get bored with it. Yeah. There's too many other things I can eat.
I could eat cheeseburgers my entire life.
Oh, really?
Like whenever you see me come out, I'll be cooking tons of stuff in cast iron, like hamburgers.
I've got a bunch of cast iron that I got a fire pit. I do my seasoning on the fire pit, and instead of in an oven at home, I just season it right in the fire pit. And I got a whole set of cast iron from Cheesehead Chris a year and a half ago that I haven't seasoned yet, and I'll season
Didn't you
those
get one
this
from
summer.
Mike too?
And then I got 2 pans from
I
Mike.
can't get over them.
I got 2 pans from Mike. So
Those are.
I've got some awesome cast iron.
See, I don't have much, but what I have is
Yeah.
there's a few I have that I found at like yard sales and stuff, and they're
Yeah.
they're rare, but they cook really good.
That's like I've got one that the outer. I
Do you have any
I call it-
Griswold?
I don't even know what this pan is. I don't have any that I know is Griswold, but I don't know what this pan could be. This is an old bastard too. I call it the crust. It's got an outside crust on that pan that is thick, black, rough, nasty looking. The inside of the pan, you'd swear it was Teflon. I mean, it's perfect. The inside. And everybody goes, well, you should wire brush all that black shit off the outside of that pan. I go, no, I don't want to do anything, because right now the way that pan is, I know it's not going to crack or warp or do anything weird on me if it gets hot then cold or something of that nature. And the inside of it is seasoned so perfectly. I don't want to mess. If it ain't broke, don't fix it, kind of
Yeah.
thing. But I know that pan is ancient. The sucker's ancient. In fact, got it out of a old farmhouse that hadn't been lived in since 1948.
Wow.
So the pan is pre 1948 for sure, because it's been in that house since whoever lived there left.
It's cool seeing those like those really old, unnumbered, unnamed ones that are like you can tell they're hand forged. Like the one I have, you could probably cook an egg in it. And
small.
But the outside is hammered.
Yeah.
There's the flat spots. Each spot of it is hammered with a hammer because the guy gave me knowledge on it. I looked it up, and it was a design they did in the 60s. It was the 60s. If you don't know your cast iron, you really can't. You can't really tell anything. Like it looked.
Well,
like,
that's
and it is still rare and it cooks good, but you can never really tell unless there's the numbers or. I like the ones without them because you don't know. It could have been used for cowboys or.
And some of them, the only way to identify them are by style and shape, handles. They might look like another pan, but if you put it next to another pan, you go, oh, well, that handle's an inch shorter, and the inside oval piece is actually bigger, and it's kind of like it balloons out. It's a wide handle. There's no other markings on the pan, but by the handle style, you can peg it as a specific manufactured pan. That, yeah, it's an ancient old pan that if you put it with other pans, it just looks like another pan. But if you start really comparing simple little features of it, it identifies where that pan came from because nobody else used it.
It's like a homemade bear trap that they used to have.
Oh yeah.
And then,
my one
found
grandfather
out how to make better ones, and
yeah,
that stuff you don't know how many it's caught, if it's been used, the history, like.
Right. Well, that's like these people. They just love to get their hands on the big old crosscut saws, paint a nice scenery on it, and hang it on their wall because nobody's going to use that damn thing anymore. But every time I see one of them, I in my mind I picture them lumberjacks hefting on that thing out in the woods without chainsaws, and they're out there. How many trees is that big crosscut cut down, and what's the history of that crosscut? And that's it. Is a lot of that stuff. People get it, hang it on their wall, and they haven't got a clue about any of its history. And if you can, I always say, try to dig into its history. Find out.
Ryan, Griswold's actually the original place. Erie, Pennsylvania is 30 minutes from me.
Yeah.
So that's where Griswold was. So around here, if you come around, it's possible you might find a yard sale where someone's getting rid of theirs, but more than likely it's from some annoying eBay seller that has them, and they're charging top notch for them. But you do get lucky sometimes with them.
Right.
Like before, I found like the old corn skillet, looks like corn for corn dogs or cornbread. I found one of those before, and it was like $30. Which compared to other stuff, that was good, but.
That for several years I
do like
around.
Lodge though. Lodge is nice. I do enjoy Lodge.
The thing is Lodge is bottom of the line cast iron.
Yeah.
It's people don't understand that, and but that doesn't make it bad cast iron.
It's good enough is what it is.
It's like, well, today's Lodge cast iron You go back to the late 1800s, and today's lodge cast iron is better quality cast iron than it was back in the late 1800s. But compared to other manufacturers today, it's the bottom of the line. But if you were to take a crate full of lodge cast iron back to 1865, guess what? You're going to be a rich man. They'd
Maybe-
love it.
well,
They'd love it. They'd go nuts over it.
It's nice.
And-
It is nice. It's definitely. I'd recommend it to anyone because
Yeah.
you know,
I've got-
I'm not gonna spend any more than that on a pan that I'm gonna go camping with. If the
I've
cook
got
juice is gonna-
several. I got several lodges. You know, I've got what the heck is that? Something Bayou Dutch oven, and it's only a 2-quart. It's a nice size
Yeah, I've
for
got one
like
of them.
for 2 people.
Or
It's
a
pretty
Cornish game
cool. It's
hen.
got a crocodile. It's got a crocodile that's cast into the lid, and
Wow.
it's a neat little Dutch oven, and I can make 4 nice big stuffed peppers in it. I can put two Cornish game hen in it. Hi, Native Grammy. Hi.
What's up, Richard?
Hey, Richard. Hi.
Yeah, but like, I really like the history. Like you said, the crocodile. That's really cool. Like,
Yeah, and I figure, it's modern. It made the manufacture date
and
on
what's
that
good
was
about cast
2000,
iron?
2018, but in 2085, somebody's going to come across that thing and they're going to go, "Whoa! I wonder what the history is in that Dutch oven," because they ain't going to be making them anymore,
Cast iron, like it could have been an old farmer's like pea pot or something,
Mhm.
and it cleans up just fine.
Well, you don't,
Yeah, it just
you don't know what a lot of it was used for. The one thing, oh my God, my grandmother and grandfather out on their farm, they had 4 awesome cast iron cauldrons, and their biggest one was about 3.5 feet across the rim, and then it bulged out, and that they had this cast iron base that you set over a fire pit, and then you set the cauldron on that base, and then you build your fire under that base to heat that cauldron. And I could not understand why that thing was so huge when I was a kid growing up. That thing's gigantic. And my granddad said, well, that thing was for when we would butcher hogs. When I was growing up, he says that was my father's cauldron. And he said we would dip the hogs in him when we'd scrape the hair off them. You boil water and you dip the hog in the boiling water, pull them out, and you use a scraper on them and you scrape the hair off of them. And that's what they used it for, was dipping hogs. And I said, that's weird, because I only remember you ever using it when we had a big family gathering. You'd fill that thing half full of water and get that water boiling, and we'd fill it full of corn. And we cooked the corn in that great big cauldron out there in the yard. Yeah. Then he had another one where they used it when they were rendering and making blood sausage. They just pour the blood in that big cauldron and cook it and make blood sausage. So some of it you just
like
don't
you
know.
don't know. Like an old trapper could have boiled his traps in it with dye and.
Oh yeah.
You
Yeah.
you don't know.
See, and that's why I tell everybody, if you get cast iron you're suspicious about, it looks discolored, like it's had a chemical or something in it or on it, you want to scrub the bejesus out of it. And you want to take a wire brush to that whole piece of cast iron, clean it up really good, bring it up to temp. And you only bring it down to temp where you can handle it with your hands. Wash it again. Dry it right away. Don't let it air dry. Dry it right away. Throw it back in the oven for another couple hours. Heat it up get it nice and hot, about 400 degrees. Bring it out, let it air cool, then start your seasoning on it. Because whatever was in there, if it got into the pores of that cast iron, you don't want it coming out when you're cooking, frying your fish in.
It's like a sponge because people that,
It
you know,
is.
I,
Yep.
you know, before I have used soap, and I did
Yeah,
know.
you
And,
don't, no soap.
Yeah, no. It was like at first when I was being dumb,
Mm-hmm.
and I put it in, and the worst part about it is that I didn't know that it soaked stuff. So I washed it out, and then you start baking something, and it just starts seeping out of the pan, like.
Hey, Raleigh, that's so true. Nothing better than cornbread in cast iron. The There's certain things, I've got a cast iron pie iron, but I've got the big rectangular one, not the square one. And making pudgy pies in that bugger's a dream. I make my own camp hot pocket pizzas, and I cook all kinds of crap in that. I just love it. It's so nice. Throw it on the rack over the fire, flip that
When I
bugger
come
over.
up, I was thinking like I could do a little thing where me and you go against each other making the same meal in cast iron on the same campfire. We make the same
Oh
meal.
man, we'll be fighting for space on the campfire.
I thought we could do that or something like that.
That's
Like we both get to make cheeseburgers, and then we vote.
what you do is
Maybe
I
that'll
make-
bring the wolves in.
I make yours, you make mine. See what I'm saying?
Until you start beating the heck out of me, because I got the better one.
Well, you watch some of my reviews, Nick. I'm honest. If you got the better burger, I'll say so. I'm not shy. I'll say yeah. Yeah.
There just can't be a limit on butter. You know?
When I always say, you're not hungry if you're going to criticize the cook. You never criticize the cook. They have creative freedom. You do not have to get involved. You eat what they prepare for you and shut up. And that's how you find things that you go, whoa, is that good? I mean, oh man, okay, that's like where I make those, where I'll take a big sweet onion, cut it in half, and then I take the core out of it, and I only leave the last couple of layers of onion. Then I take some ground beef and I line the inside of it, and I put a Baby Bell cheese in it, and then I put a hamburger cap on it, and I put it in the Dutch oven and bake it. Holy shit, is that good? Holy shit, is that good? It's like a cheeseburger without the bun, and then I sprinkle it when it's ready to eat. Then I sprinkle cheese on top of it so it melts down over it. Then I take them out of the Dutch oven. Those things are the frickin' die for. They are just to die for. And people go, well, I'm not, I don't know if I would like the onion. The flavor would be okay, but well, then treat the onion just like you do the paper on a cupcake. Don't eat it. It's that hamburger full of cheese inside of it. And then I like to take and mix into the hamburger a bunch of bacon bits, so that the burger part is real bacony and it's cheesy and I love doing that shit. I just don't like cleanup. When I was in camp last year, Birch Grove, I really had a blast cooking out there. And talking about the pores in cast iron, I did that double X Reaper curry.
Oh no!
Oh, that shit was hot. Boy, was that spicy, man. Oh my God, almost kill you. Tasted awesome.
I remember watching your video. It looked so good.
It it tasted wonderful, man. It was awesome. Burnt the hell out of me. I couldn't believe how hot it was. It was so hot. And I ate the
Did it
last
really
of it
soak that?
when I scrubbed that frickin' pan. Scrubbed it, heated it up so that any oils could come out. Wipe it out, scrub it, heat it up again, wipe it out, scrub it. I think it was 5 times. Put my Cornish hen in there, let that fucker cook, sit down to eat my Cornish hen, and I had to fake it through the video. That's why I had to do I did a members only video. That freaking Cornish game hen, I faked it through my video about, oh man, this is so good, this is awesome. And once I got off camera, holy fuck, is that hot? Oh my God. All that heat, all the reaper from that tomatoey chicken curry got into the pores of the cast iron. And when I did my Cornish game hen, a day later, after scrubbing that pan a half dozen times, still absorbed all that heat, all of that pepper, all that reaper. So my Cornish game hen it wasn't extremely hot, but it was spicy. I've never had one spicy like that before. And I never realized how much, I've noticed that, like, I had a pan when we were doing a lot of fishing. I had a pan just for shore lunch, and nothing got fried in that pan except fish, ever. Then when we quit doing all the big fishing trips, I decided I was going to use it one time. I was going to make some fried potatoes in it. Fried potatoes with onions, and some bacon, and made it up. Fishy potatoes. The potatoes tasted like fried fish. And it's because there was 8 years of fried fish done in that pan, and it was in the pores of the pan. And
I think of it like a mushroom, like how it's putting those spores out and you don't even know.
Yeah, right. Yeah, it's there, but you can't see it.
And it's so thick too. There's so many chambers for it microscopically to just.
Yeah.
I think of it like the soaker hoses too, that you lay in the garden. And
Yep.
It looks like a road. It's
Yeah.
all the bumps. It doesn't look like there's holes.
Right.
But you turn it on and it just.
There it is. Yep. That's the thing. You come up and visit Nick. There's lots of stuff we can do. We'll have a good time. And if everything's going well with the internet the way I anticipate it, hell, we'll do a live stream right in camp. We'll do something where we're hanging out at the picnic table by the fire or something, and have the camera running, and we can yell hi at the people on the camera. And doesn't it suck? Don't you wish you were here?
And it's nice because, like, I mean, in the daytime, if you're not getting a lot of requests, are you allowed to leave there? Like,
oh, the way it works is they email me the reservations for the sites that are reservable, and I write those reservations out on these big plastic cards. And I head out, and I'll have their Forest Service truck. I'll head out, I'll run up to the pump house, I'll grab all of my outhouse cleaning equipment. I get a pressure washer for cleaning outhouses. You don't have to get your hands dirty to clean outhouses if you got the right equipment. And I load all that gear up. I got a rake and some garbage bags. And I go around, and I've got 8 sites. I got 8 sites that I got to keep an eye on. I go around any vacant site, I stop at and I go check the fire pit, look around the site, pick up garbage or anything that people left, which they shouldn't. But I just clean up the campsite. And the reservable sites, even if there's somebody there, if there's a reservation, a new reservation, I just go up to the post for that site, pull all the plastic reservations off, put that one at the back. That's that you just keep them in order. And when that person that's currently on the site, when they leave, you swing in and you pull theirs off. So the next person comes in, sees their name on the post, they just pull right in. I just go around the campground, 8 campsites, clean the 2 single stall bathrooms. Total time, an hour, if that. And then I've got a second campground I'll be hosting at the same time, and that's a half-hour drive to that campground. And I zip up there and I do the exact same thing for that campground. And then I zip back. And then I'm just there if somebody has questions. I might be out in the middle of the lake on the kayak, and if you got a fucking question, you're gonna have to come out there and ask me.
Do they give you set hours to be there for sure that people
Nope.
know?
Nope. I'm there as non-consequential benefit to the campers. Like, okay, if they see that I'm in my campsite, they can come up. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to make a drop box where if they've got an issue and I'm not there, they can write it out on a sheet of paper, drop it in the box. When I get back, I'll open the box, check it out, and they put their campsite number and what their issue is, and I'll go down to their campsite. When I get back, I'm not there on set hours for people. And you can't be, because there's certain days that you got to go around and with the weed whacker and trim up all around the campsites. And then there's days you're going to jump on the mower and you're going to mow all the vacant sites and down the roadways, the shoulders, and go down to the boat landing and maintain that. So, but the thing is
You're
the
just
way
it's kind of like a watcher and to keep the regular stuff done.
And to be a source of information for campers. They can come to you and say, you know, it's been crappy weather and we'd like to go out and eat somewhere and just get out of camp for the night, I can say, jump down here, 4 miles, take a right, takes you over to Hayward, or not, yeah, Hayward. Go over to Hayward, restaurants galore. There's even a McDonald's if you want McDonald's. Or you can head south, go in Clam Lake, the one bar serves food, or you can head farther south, go to Loretta. They've got a nice family restaurant there. You can go over to Winter, Wisconsin, and they've got a great club there, that steakhouse, and that kind of stuff. Help people out that are looking for that kind of information. Or they show up and they go, we're out of firewood. Where can we get firewood? No problem. 5 miles. Go down to Clam Lake Junction. It's $5 a bundle. They're big bundles, and it's all good hardwood. You're not going to get a bunch of spit and sputter and spot pine. You're going to get birch. You're going to get maple, oak. Go down there. There you go. And that's what the host is there for. Or people come to you and say, I'm over on site such and such, and I paid for 5 days, but now we changed our mind. We want to stay for 7. Can we do that? Well, it's a non-reservable site. It's first come, first serve, and you first came. You can reserve that bugger up to 14 days. If you pay for it, you get it. So go ahead and pay for those days. Anybody pays before you're done staying there, they're out of luck. because you are the first come. As long as you pay for the day you're staying within 30 minutes of your arrival. So let's say you paid all the way through Friday, and Friday night you decided, oh, let's stay Saturday and Sunday, go home Monday. When the sun comes up, run your tail down to the pay station and pay for those extra 2 days, and you got them. It's to work those things out for people so that they, they have a pleasant stay and they're not all stressed out or fighting. You get out of my sight.
Yeah, because signal's not going to be a thing there.
See, and that's a nice thing there is the Verizon tower, 4.5 miles as the crow flies. And it's right just across the lake.
Wow.
I mean, to the southeast of the campsite, 4.5 miles. I get on my crappy phone, I get a solid 4 bars there. And there's people using their cell phones to stream off the internet, do all kinds of shit. I mean, from that campground. Now, Travis and Stephanie from Destination Great Lakes, they host Black Lake Campground. You're lucky if you get a bar. Now, if you got a hot spot, you put it in a bag and you hike it up in a tree about 40 feet, you can get 3 bars, but they're not dependable. They're constantly lagging or cutting out. And so they hate it because their campers always ask them, where can we get cell service here? Well, you got to drive 10 miles from here. Then you'll get cell service. My campground, nobody's going to come running to me and say, we can't get cell service. Well, how old's your phone? Because the tower's right over there across the lake. You better get cell service. Yeah, it's here. It's here. Some people are going to get jealous, though, when they see my Starlink dish.
They're going to look over. It's like the FBI.
Yeah. This guy's keeping an eye on us.
You could have a sign there. Wi-Fi for 1 hour, $20.
Oh, yeah. Yeah. That's the problem, is that I'd have to constantly be changing the access to the system. Your time's up. Boom. Time to change that access so that they can't get back on there. Oh, well, we got the password to get onto his network. Yeah. So we'll wait till he goes to bed and then we'll get online.
You could have a weekend pass. You could take a little folding table and chairs and an umbrella right there, and then you pay and you can go there whenever.
Mm-hmm. Well, that if the Forest Service would let you do something commercial that way, it would be kind of cool to have a tent set up with big long table with like 4 terminals on each side of the table. And, you can get internet access in there. It costs you $10, and you're allowed to use it between these hours for that $10. That tent would be packed. Then everybody be in there. Oh my God, I'm on the internet. Oh. Yep. Yeah. Yeah, Native Grammy. I'd love it if you made a trip to Wisconsin and we could meet up somewhere. Oh, man, I would love it. Yep.
Yeah, like I probably wake up at 10 or 11 because I stay up real late. Mm-hmm. So you'd probably have a lot done.
Well, see, that's it, is you show up. That's like John and Jan when Adventures in the Heartland, when they showed up at Black Lake the very first time. They were kind of surprised the very first morning. They got up, and I'm in the trailer, and I could hear them clink, clank, 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 clank around in their campsite. And they're making coffee. I hope they enjoy it. I went back to sleep. I always come wandering into their campsite at about 9:30, 10 o'clock in the morning, and I was just waking up, and I got an empty cup, and I go, "Hey, have you guys got any coffee?" They're laughing. They said, "We walked over and looked, and we didn't see any sign of life, so we figured we better leave you alone." I said, "You could have come and knocked on the trailer, woke me up. I wouldn't have given a shit." But
Yeah, like me, I wake up. I wake up about when the birds start going, listen
yeah,
to them
if
for a
it's
bit, and then I go back to bed.
if it's getting noisy out there, you know the sun's coming up. That tells you it's time to wake up and go to sleep. I do
Yeah,
that
like
all
me,
the
like
time.
I like hearing things at night, and just being at a campsite at night because you got a fire, you have your set up tents. Because in the
Well,
daytime, it could get drawn out, and if I
and
10's not that late, really. It's not that late.
no,
So I
no.
mean, you have the whole day after that, and then we're talking when it's lighter until like 8, 9 o'clock.
Right. And the thing is, in the campground, it's mandated. It's
You said 10.
campground regulation. 10 o'clock. Keep it quiet. It's time to shut up. It's time to shut her down, everybody. And I already been warned that there's this family group. They like to get the 3 campsites on the one loop that my campsite is on. They got to go past my campsite to get to theirs. And theirs are kind of uphill from me and around like in a half moon shape. And this one family of people, they come in there and they get all 3 campsites, and each campsite will have 6 to 8 people in it. So they could have 20 people there. And they have a habit of pushing it past 10 o'clock. They got the fires all going just big, and they're drinking, and they got music on, and the campers on the next loop. The next loop is only maybe 200 feet to the first campsite. So they're not far enough away to not disturb those people that are on that loop. And the Forest Service supervisor said, "We love having that family here because they're good paying customers and they're always here in the summer." And he said, "But we get these complaints, but we can't be there to do anything about it. We don't have enough staff and we don't have a host." I said, "Well, we'll put an end to that shit." I said, "No." And they said,
you could walk up like Willy Wonka when he's coming out. He's got the cane.
yeah,
You're just going, "Okay, guys,
yeah,
be quiet."
yeah.
I could
Yeah, I'll have no problem telling them, "Hey, don't shoot the messenger, but you guys got to cut this crap out. You got to shut her down. It's 10 o'clock. It's time to shut it all down."
Yeah, there was people
And-
at my
and the
one
thing
campsite.
is, the nice thing is I'll be packing my radio, which you only use 3 channels on it. One channel is to the Mellon Police Department. The other channel is the Sheriff's Department. The other channel is the Forest Service. And that, like they said, you're not the enforcer, you're the messenger. And once you give them the message and they don't comply, then you tell them, "If you don't comply, guess what? I'm going to call the enforcer. And they'll be here within 10 minutes. And then my recommendation will be to have you vacate your site. And they'll stay here until you pack up and leave. So what's it going to be? You're going to be quiet, or are you going home tonight?"
Really 10 o'clock.
"Well, I live in Illinois." Well, that's
like you can watch YouTube and you can do all kinds of stuff still after 10. You just can't be all partying and
right.
making tons of.
Well, and the thing is if you're using a tablet or something to watch YouTube or using a phone,
Even your lights on. I mean, anything like that.
jack your headphones in so that
Yeah.
nobody else has to listen to you. Don't sit there and go, "Oh, I'm going to watch this war movie," and you got the volume cranked up, and two campsites have to listen to gunfire for 2 hours. No, you're being a moron. Use a pair of earbuds or turn that volume down where only you can hear it there in your camp. You don't, after 10 o'clock, nobody has to put up with you forcing them to share your experience, right? Now with light, you can have a campfire all frickin' night if you want. Have a campfire all night if you want. Sit around it and quietly visit and talk, drink if you want, but don't get it loud.
And
Don't
it's nice.
be,
It's nice when it's like that
and,
because when there's music and stuff going, you can't hear the wildlife
right,
and
exactly. And then also, it doesn't mean that after 10 o'clock, oh, let's turn on all of these Christmas lights we got on our canopy and let's light up our campsite. No, that's just
Yeah.
like sound. That's light pollution.
yeah.
There's people sitting in their campsites and they got a small fire going and they want to look at the sky. They want to see the stars. And your bright lights in your campsite, that light pollution takes away from
It's like
that
the
experience.
National Lampoon Christmas Vacation when the lights get turned on.
Yeah. Yeah. That's people. And that same with generators. There's always somebody that, even though it's very clear in the rules, you are not allowed to run your generator between 10 o'clock at night, 6 in the morning.
And really, the people that
And
are up past
that's
10 making a
only
ruckus.
8 hours. That's only 8 hours. And then these people show up and they go, well, you have to go and you knock on their camper and you say, could you please shut your generator off? It's after 10 o'clock. No, we're in the middle of watching a movie and it's hotter than hell tonight. We want the air conditioner. None of that matters. Campground specific regulations say no generators are to be run after 10 o'clock, no matter what. There's only one exception, and that's for you have to prove that you have a medical condition that requires that Jenny runs. And even with that, you should know, if you're on a CPAP machine, go buy a deep cycle battery.
Yeah.
And
You
bring
shouldn't
it
have a
with
reason to have a generator out
There's-
of 10 at night.
you. No.
No.
There's very few cases where you might run into that. And very few. And
And the only people I run into at the campsites I went, because they were crowded. It
they
was past-
scrapping together.
It was 9:30 was the time that
The-
you had
The
to shut it.
cutoff time.
And everyone was quiet, and then there was one campsite of like a family, and they all had beer and they're yelling and stuff, and a patroller drove right through. They shut up and they didn't do it again.
Uh-huh. See, and I think it's going to help at my campground. The other campground that I'm going to be overseeing, I won't be there at night, but in my campground, when people come in and they see that Forest Service truck parked in my campsite all the time, that fucker's parked there every night. That guy's with the Forest Service. We got a Forest Service employee, and he's got his truck parked there. They behave differently. When you
Well, it's like a classroom
you're-
when
right
the
when
teacher
the
walks out.
all of a sudden it goes quiet. It's noisier than hell when the teacher's away, but boy, once the teacher walks in, it gets quiet. And that's the way. And my supervisor, he said, I look forward to it because you'll be able to feel out what the impact is of you having a truck on site and this and that. Now, Travis I'm fortunate. There's 10 campsites. I'm in one, and one of them has been permanently closed. So there's only 8 campsites that I manage. One of those campsites is at the entrance to the campground and down a trail that's the length of a football field through the woods, and it sits all by itself. It's a tent site. Oh, it's a hike-in site. That one you never have to worry about. They can party down there all night if they want. You ain't gonna hear them. They're so damn far away. Well, the other campsites that are there, 7 campsites, and there's a Forest Service truck parked in the middle. Something tells me they're going to be really well behaved.
They don't. Pretty much their goal is to not wake you up.
That's it. Don't piss off the Forest Service guy, because he's the guy that can do something, and he just happens to stay here with us, you know.
And I did like that about PA. They like there was always surveillance and patrol, and it was clean and
yeah, and that's here too. The at least once a day, the sheriff's department comes through with the squad, and they just mosey real slow, come creeping through, make sure everybody sees the sheriff coming through, and they never come at the same time any given day. And then, other than them, we'll have one of the local game wardens come through with the warden truck, and yeah, that's got the bar lights on it. And yeah, he's a law enforcement officer. Actually, he's a quasi deputy sheriff, and yeah, so twice a day they're seeing law enforcement coming through. Plus, there's a Forest Service truck parked right there, and somebody belongs to that truck, and they're sleeping in that camper. Yeah, I think they're going to behave pretty good. And I don't want to be an ass to anybody. I just don't want them to wreck it for other people. Come there to enjoy the outdoors. Just woke up having problems sleeping. Nerves keep firing up from getting over the shingles. Oh, that's a bummer too. I tell you, that the shingles really, really suck. It's so bad. But yeah, I think this summer ought to be pretty enjoyable.
And I plan on probably next year I'll be going to Montana.
Oh yeah,
Do something. Yeah.
I'm not sure about the following year. It's such a flip of the coin.
Well, you can never really say until
You're right on it, almost
Yeah.
onto it. There's a resort my family's been going to up in Boundary Waters since 1947, and one of the cabins that our family typically would take at this point is open for 2 weeks next year. And it's tough to get a cabin there because, okay, let's say there was a open cabin and you rented that cabin. At the end of your stay, they ask you, do you want this cabin for the same week next year? Because if you do, you can lock it in right now.
Wow.
They just keep your deposit. They just hold your deposit. You don't have to give another deposit or nothing. And if you say, yeah, I want it next year, they'll tell you, you get this cabin this week of every year from this point forward until you unbook it for a 2-year period. So you can stay in that cabin for 2-3 years, the same week every year, and then on the 4th year say, I can't make it. We had this happen in the family or something. I can't make it. Can you rent my cabin out for that week? Sure, we can do that, but you can only do that once. You do it again, then you lose that week. You're not guaranteed that week anymore. it's really a neat setup they got there, but it's semi-primitive. It's a beautiful resort. It's so cool. It's semi-primitive. Um, it's got the outhouses, and you got running water in your cabin, and it's artesian well water, spring water, cold. There's no hot water in your cabin. You heat it with wood. It's got propane stove, and a electric refrigerator.
Those cabins I rented from the Game Lands, they had a couple of chairs, 2 bunk beds, electric, a screened-in porch that you were allowed to have a propane cooker on.
Yeah.
And there was a really, really nice electric, like 212 heater that you just turn the fan on.
Yeah.
And that was $50 a night for
Yeah.
a cabin.
Yeah.
Gonna get another duck? No. The one I just lost, she was 10 years old, and I'm not gonna get any more after that.
That's a lot of years.
I have 5 more ducks left, and yeah, I still have 1 female.
Oh wow. Yeah. Yeah, these cabins, they provide all the firewood for you. You go get it from the firewood shed, but they provide the firewood, and like I said, electric and stuff. If you're there in the peak of summer and it's hotter than shit, you can just go up to the lodge, get 1, 2, 3 fans if you want. They got a whole big room full of things you can come and check out. You don't have to pay rent for them or nothing. You just sign it out. Oh, I need 3 fans in my cabin. I'm just dying. Okay, check them out. Take them. And life jackets, all kinds of shit. Anything you might need is there.
At these Game Lands here, because like you said, that's Forest Service there.
Right.
Pretty much, you drive into the campsite. There's a little toll booth with a phone you can use. All signs on it that you need to call somewhere.
Right.
Brochures. And this was like at all of them. They were all set the same. I went to 4 different ones.
Yeah.
Well, 3. And you can go either way around it. Well, you come out, you go around. And then usually to the right, there was this little building, and it was a woodshed, $5 a bundle. Or $25 for a stack. And they had a box of fire starters that were locally made at each one that you could buy.
Oh, cool.
And they had an ice chest
Good night,
with
Ryan.
either blocks or ice cubes. And then they had a vending machine. So that was
well,
pretty
that's
cool.
Nice.
Yeah,
Yeah.
it was nice.
Yeah. Yeah, the Forest Service campgrounds, all they provide are campsites and vault toilets and water. You can. There's always a hand pump or a solar pump at each one. My campground, thank God, it's got a solar pump. That's nice because it's easy to get your water. You don't have to hand pump that shit.
I'd be able to get some good video of you to send to
And
Aunt when you turn around.
But that's it. That's the kind of service they provide. It's not the purpose. How do I put it? The purpose of the National Forest campgrounds is to get you in the forest and not to provide creature comforts, of any form, no creature comforts. They expect you to bring what you need to camp. It's like you're going out in the woods to camp with a bunch of other people. and I like my campground because Clam Lake Junction's 4 miles down the road. You go down there and they got everything. They've got fresh meat, frozen meats. They got everything. They got every chip you could imagine. They've got every candy bar you could imagine. They got everything. They got bakery goods. They got everything.
And as much stuff as I take camping, there was always stuff I went and run for.
Oh, I'm sure I'll be running to Clam Lake Junction at least 2-3 times a week. they sell this really awesome coffee cake that it's cream cheese and blueberry that's to die for. I got to buy a couple of those a week, so I'll have to run down there. There's always going to be an excuse to run down there.
You'll wonder why I have dog food. You sneak up on me one night, I have a pack of wolves I'm feeding.
Yeah. Here, puppy. Don't harass
do you think
wildlife.
I'd have a problem with leaving like my tent set up there? Because it's some pretty high value stuff.
Right. Well, think of it. I've got some pretty high value stuff going to be sitting there.
Yeah.
That
because the ones here, like my stuff would have got. Well, there's a lot of people watching, but it was iffy because there's a lot of people leaving, packing. They could have easily just.
Yeah. It is so rare up here that anybody messes with somebody's campsite. Well, like I said, we got law enforcement twice a day going through. Got the Forest Service; those guys show up at least every other day, at the minimum. Every 2 days, they're there and they're doing stuff in the campground, and it's just like, okay, if you've got things that are grabbable and they can run off with them, kind of thing, we throw that in my trailer and we lock it all up because they ain't getting in that trailer without making a hell of a ruckus.
It will consist of like my big canvas tent.
That
will have my bedroll in it, and I probably won't need a wood stove, would I?
No, I don't.
What I'll probably end up doing is bringing my little buddy heater.
Yep.
So
buddy heater will be more than enough.
If it's nippy, I'll get it to 100, shut it off, and then go to bed.
You wouldn't need any more than a buddy heater. I heat my trailer in May because it does get cold at night, but I heat it with Coleman lantern. I light my Coleman lantern, and within half hour, it's so warm in the trailer. I'm in my shorts and a t-shirt, and I shut it off, crawl in my bedroll, and I'm good for the night. So yeah, your buddy heater would be all that you would need. But I camped these campgrounds for years, and in my screen house, my Coleman stove's in there, and my cook gear's in there, cast irons in there, all that stuff. I have never once had a person mess with my stuff.
It definitely like depends on the area.
Yeah, and
I mean, people are coming out of state, but still,
the up here, it's like the campers, they all feel obligated to keep an eye on each other. Who the fuck is that messing around in his campsite over there? I know he went out fishing. What's that?
There was older people around me. They had RVs around me, and they were constantly watching me. So if someone was there doing something,
Well, seeing
my
that
stuff is like, it's massive too. Like for someone to like somehow get my stuff down quick enough, and
well, that's it. It's going to be obvious.
It's heavy. Yeah, it's
going to be so obvious. Somebody trying to rip stuff off. Well, that's like my kayak. If I'm going somewhere, well, I don't want to have to fold my bunk up and do all this shit to slide it into the trailer. So I bring it up and I cable that son bitch, and it's a heavy cable. I cable it to the trailer. Sometimes to the back, sometimes to the tongue. Well, if somebody wants to steal my trailer, everybody says, well, you got to make sure they can't steal your trailer. Well, I got a hitch lock on it and everything. But if they got the hitch lock off and they manage to get it onto a vehicle, guess what? They're going to be dragging a kayak down the road. You don't think somebody's going to call the cops? Yeah, it's going to be a little obvious. I mean, I always make sure that if they're going to go to the extreme, which I don't think they could get that far without somebody going, whoa, what the hell are you doing? But if they did get that far, it's going to be so obvious that it's going to draw bad attention to them. So they don't seem to have those issues in these campgrounds at all.
And it's funny, actually. I think if I was to bring those 2 tents, my canvas and then that one, I could open the side door on the camouflage one and pull that into the front entrance under into my canvas tent.
Oh, yeah.
So I could have this two room and then
Yeah.
screened in porch to cook.
Yeah.
Set up.
Yeah.
So it'd be this big clunky mess, you know? Like,
Yeah, we'll have to.
It would look nice.
Well,
It would look nice.
We'll have to see the footprint of the campsite.
Yeah.
Is that going to fit? But there is one.
I had a pretty
between
small...
the trailer and the lake. That's a pretty big open spot, and the picnic table can be drug around to the other side of the fire pit, and that whole big open spot would be there. And the fire pit would probably be 10, 12 feet from your campsite.
I'm talking like a very small site, and my big tent fit in. The campfire was there, and I could have fit another like little tent in there, and there was a picnic table. I just moved it out of the way to the side.
Yeah. Well, the way my site is, with all the stuff I'm putting up, 2 hammocks, the screen house, the awning off of the trailer, my truck parked in the site, the Forest Service truck parked in the site. I could easily put 1, 2, 3, 4, at least 4 more good-sized tents in there. 4 good-sized tents. I'm not talking little dome tents. A little 4-person dome tent that only 2 people can squeeze into.
Yeah, I don't mess around with tents. If I'm doing like a one-night fishing thing this spring or summer, I'll take my little tent, but I don't mess around. Like all my stuff is like,
you want to be comfortable.
Massive. Yeah.
You want to be comfortable. And that's the thing though, is if you're truck camping, you can haul that stuff.
Yeah.
And you're not taking it far from your truck to set it up. Like at this campsite, you back your truck in between my truck and the Forest Service truck, back that bugger right in. I'll have you back that sucker right up to the top of the site there. It's not that steep. You just back up there. You unload that tent right where it's going to be set up, drive your truck back down and park it in between the other 2. And now you just, all your gear, you didn't have to carry any of it. You just took it out the back, dropped it. And that's the way this campsite is.
You get a laugh at how fast I set stuff up. Like,
it'll be fun because I'll film you, man. I'm filming you.
You'd be at your trailer, and I'd be like, all right, I'm here. And you look over, I'd have a full, like, reservation set up with, like, you see my TP, I've got pelts hanging on it.
Well, that's, people have, last year when I spent the 2 weeks at Black Lake, I dicked around half the day waiting for somebody to get out of the campsite I wanted. And then when they decided, no, they're going to stay a few more days, oh, that pissed me off. And I decided, well, I'm going to take this little campsite. It's not a tiny campsite. It's a smaller campsite, but it's got plenty of room. But it's weird. I had to back up a hill in the trailer around the corner to get to the flat campsite up there. And I backed in there, no more than backed in, and I'm just getting the trailer off of the truck. And this guy comes walking in, hey, welcome to camp, this and that. And I told him, I said, you don't have to welcome me. I'm here all the time. It's the, and he goes, so that's a little camper, eh? That trailer. I said, well, you ain't seen nothing yet. Big screen house is going up here, and I'm going to do this over there. I'm putting in a tarp over the top of this trailer. And he goes, oh, my God, it'll be midnight before you're done setting up camp. I said, come back in an hour. He came back in an hour, and he goes, oh, my God, look at that. He says, what a camp. Look at all this shit. And I said, yeah, you just got to know how to throw it all up there. Oh, my gosh, chasing the Reaper. Oh, man. Love it. Love it. Oh, come on, you bugger. There it goes. StreamYard was
New member.
a new member. We got a new hiker in the house. Thank you so much, Jason the Reaper. Thank you, thank you. You're awesome. You're awesome, James. Awesome. The boy, now I'm really glad I didn't shut down an hour ago.
Yeah,
That's
I mean, if I wouldn't have joined, you would have been out a couple hours ago.
yes, and I figured I'm just gonna chat with you until I get to the point where I'm so damn hungry I can't talk anymore. Because if I would have shut down 2 hours ago, you and I'd be telling you right now, I'm going to have to get going here pretty soon. You know how it goes, Nick. We always end up for an hour or two after the fact.
If you would have shut this conversation down like a couple hours ago, you wouldn't have got a lot of watch time. And
Well, that's it. I figure, it's not a large crowd in the house, but there's folks that they got nothing going on and they want to just hang out, and they, they're throwing a comment in the chat here and there, and and it's just somewhere to hang out. And you and I so often talk just in the back room on StreamYard without being live. We might as well do it and just let it run. Just let it run. It's it's views and watch time. That's just kind of a little bit of frosting on the cake. And James popping in with the hiker membership. Yeah, that's always great. That's the and I like these chats, Nick, and everybody out there paying attention. That I like these chats with Nick because it's a chance for us to talk outdoors and the things we like, the things we do.
when everyone else is on panel, I don't really talk much because everyone's talking about,
other things than
yeah.
outdoors, and the I watch your videos, but you're talking about those cabins with the DNR sites, Park Service. Yeah, I watch those, you and your buddy in that cabin, and I'm like, now I'd like to have cabins like that around here I could rent,
Yeah, PA they are strict, but they have extremely well maintained and really well done like game lands, and they're always buying new land. And I don't know, PA's, I'd have to say, I mean, obviously I haven't really left here, but I don't think anywhere else is going to change my mind on taking it as serious as them.
Our Wisconsin state parks, now camping, I don't know. I never camped state campgrounds because I don't get the discounts I do in federal. They're not as good. But their parks, all their trail systems and everything, they do a good job here. The state of Wisconsin's pretty top notch with making sure that their trails are well maintained, accessible, and that the sites aren't where, oh yeah, we get to walk out on this observation thing and we see it way over there. No, you can get right down there and go right up to the site. They're good about and maintaining it, making sure that it's accessible.
Yeah.
Like our Copper Falls State Park, which isn't far from where my camp is. It's not far at all. It might be 30 minutes, if that. That's a beautiful, beautiful state park there. Beautiful waterfalls in there. There's several large waterfalls all in the same spot there.
I got this wood print shirt from, I don't know if you can see in the center the CNR.
Yeah.
I was at one of their shops they had, and it's cool.
Yeah.
Like, and another thing, they always have these buildings to learn about the environment and stuff. You know.
Educational stuff. Yeah.
Yeah. And
See,
even
that's
if it only affects a couple of people, I
yeah.
mean,
See, that's what I like. Like down at Black Lake, it was a independent organization, and that's one thing I like about Chequamegon Forest is the Forest Service in Chequamegon. They love to do what's considered volunteer collabs. We've got the North Country Trail, and the Ice Age Trail goes right through Chequamegon Forest. All of that is maintained by volunteers. And every year those trails get better and better and better. Now we're talking trails that are over 2,000 miles long. And this is only the segment going through the national forest.
before I forget, my friend actually, if I wasn't so busy with YouTube, I would have done it. But 5 days a week, he drives to a location, and there's other people too, and they get on a bus, and they go around within 50 miles of where you're at. They drive to an area where there's a campsite and there's campgrounds or a trail,
Mm-hmm.
and they do work like that, or they work in buildings, or they stay in cabins and work on them.
Yep.
And he's getting $14 an hour for it.
Oh, really?
$14 an hour. And
Nice.
he gets health benefits too from it for doing it.
That's cool.
And they've employed so many people with it,
Uh-huh.
and all their stuff's growing, and they're buying land.
Yeah.
And
See, here in Wisconsin, they've got
there's lots of volunteer work you can do, but for younger people, they have them do
see here in Wisconsin, we still have the Wisconsin Conservation Corps, and the Wisconsin Conservation Corps, it's almost, I'd say 90% all young people, and they become members of the Conservation Corps, and they go out and they do all kinds of stuff. They'll build picnic tables for a campground somewhere.
Yeah.
They'll do trails somewhere else. They'll build an outhouse over at that campground or whatever. They do all kinds of anything and everything outdoors, and they're taught different skills, and they get paid. They get paid for being part of the Corps. And now Running Water, they have a program in Wisconsin that you can sign up to work for the Park Service, the Wisconsin Park Service, the state. And it's for high school juniors and seniors. They sign up, and they pay them pretty damn good too.
Yeah.
Running Water.
Certain things you can do it for a year. It's a
Yeah.
year term. Yeah.
Yeah, Running Water, he signed up and he worked one full season with them. And we have the Apostle Islands out here, and they had their state parks on the Apostle Islands, and they put these guys in this old Navy, one of them damn boats that the front end drops out of it. The troops run out. They use one of those. They go out on Lake Superior, way out to those islands, and they put them to work out there at these state parks, at the lighthouses and stuff, and they're paying them to do that stuff. Running Water, he loved that, man. He did it smart. He kept getting his paycheck, and I always, it didn't matter how old. If once they turned 18, they're shit out of luck. But till they turned 18, I always gave them a reasonable allowance. So he never needed money. So he got to put his money aside. He got to build up his savings quite a bit. But I love it when a state has volunteer programs like that, like the North Country Trail here. It's a big organization. It's actually a big organization. And they got all of these trail crews. And these trail crews got twin axle big van trailers with the North Country Trail emblem on it, packed full of gear. I mean, everything you could imagine for trail maintenance. And they'll send 6 or 8 people to a certain trail portion and say, we want you to fix, repair, and improve that trail section. And they all and they're every freaking age. Last summer, I run into one crew. They had two people in there. The gal was 60 some years old. The one old guy, he was 71, and the rest of the crew was anywhere from 18 to about 30 years old. And they're all out there, all doing this trail maintenance. And they built this natural stone staircase up this nasty hillside that I always hated. I got there and I looked and I go, what are you guys doing? We're putting stairs in here so that it's a lot easier access to get down to the footbridge that we built last year across the river. And I go, steps? There haven't been steps here ever. I've been here for over 30 years and always fell down this hill. They were laughing at me. They said, no need to fall down anymore. You got this nice stone steps. Oh, God, they did an awesome job. And the Forest Service, that goes right through Forest Service land, the Forest Service, all they told them was, don't damage the environment. You do what you want. You do what you want to maintain that trail as long as you're not damaging the environment, and use natural things anytime you can. Build out of wood, not out of metal, that kind of thing. And it's awesome. It's beautiful that they're doing that shit, all these volunteers. Yeah, the Wisconsin Dells. Years ago, 40 years ago, I would say, I loved it at the Dells. Ride the old aqueducts down the river and see all the awesome stone formations. That is so awesome down at the Dells. Now the Dells has become like a miniature Disneyland. I mean, you go there, there's so damn many people. You want to take a ride on the aqueducts, you might have a 2-hour wait before you're going to get on an aqueduct. But you're going to stand there at the gate because you walk away, somebody's taking your spot. And it's that kind of thing. It's just like going to Disneyland or Disney World, and you're waiting in line to do one thing, and they made it so hard to enjoy because of that. But they got awesome shops and stuff there. It's just, yeah.
They said like Yosemite and things like that, it's just so busy. And until you get extremely far, it's still, there's
that's it.
That's why I like these parks the most, because if you find the ones that are out there more, you're not really around that many people.
That's like the second campsite I'm going to be watching over that I'm going to host. That second campground only has 10 sites on it. And that bugger is so stuck out in the middle of the Schwamigan forest. I can't believe they built a campground out there. I asked them, I said, whose bright idea was that? Well, the fishing on Bass Lake is so good that people started using the old Forest Service road to get out there and just start camping anywhere and everywhere. And we figured we don't want them. They're not boondocking really anymore. They're just camping everywhere.
And they can make money and nice.
So they decided we'll put in a small campground. We'll make some revenue to help pay for the maintenance of the campground and the road going in. And it'll make some people happy. Oh, well, yeah, that damn campground, you wouldn't think would get anybody staying out. They said that campground's booked constantly. It's just everybody wants to get out there because it's so far away from everybody else. And there's only 10 campsites. Wow. So you don't deal with big crowds of people, and you got that lake all to yourself because the only access to it is from that campground. There's no roads within 5-6 miles of that lake around it. So I get it. That's some people, well, like us, those are the campgrounds we like. There's people, but not so dang many of them. You can still go out there and enjoy yourself. Yeah. Hey, buddy, I gotta wrap it up. I just realized what time it is. Oh, my butt too. I'm sore. I should have moved it earlier. Ouch. It's been fun. It's been fun. It's going on 5.5 hours fun. And I've got to get some sleep tonight because I got my first Sty times to do tomorrow night.
Tomorrow, I'm going to sign over because you seen I got my first pew pew, right? The first one from Henry.
Oh yeah, yeah.
Well, the AR-7 showed up
Oh,
yesterday.
did it?
Yeah. So
Yeah.
I'm gonna go.
Fun
pick it
little
up.
gun.
Yeah.
Yep. Yeah. It was a good conversation. Thank you for being here. Thank you for being here. Everybody, I hope you all have a good night. And if you can, 5 p.m. Central Time tomorrow night is the very first 1 hour show that I'll be doing. And those shows are Monday, Wednesday, and Friday every week at 5 p.m. Central Time for 1 hour. And I'm hoping folks will enjoy those short little shows, 1 hour long. I think we'll have fun. Otherwise, if you can't make those shows, Thursday night, round the campfire. Definitely. So, hey, to all you folks out there, I'm going to exit with my old front porch shuffle, and we'll catch you all soon. Take care.